Hello and welcome back to Trails Through Daybreak 2. Doing a new game plus run, so my characters are quite over leveled for the content that we'll be doing. I'll mostly be doing the main story and side quests as a refresher before we get into Trails Beyond the Horizon. Hi you mate. So currently on Act 2B, and this act focuses on Anya, Swin, and Nadia. Swin and Nadia are former assassins that were part of an organization called the Gardens, and they killed their overseer and fled the Gardens because they didn't want to be there. Unfortunately, while they were in the Gardens, they were employed as child assassins, basically. Nadia's brother was Swin's partner, and he was killed by the overseer when they tried to escape together the first time. And then the Gardens paired Swin up with Nadia because they figured that she would hate his guts for getting her brother killed. But that's not actually how things turned out. So the reason I mention that is because it's going to become relevant in this chapter. So right now there's a bunch of so let's see. Okay. Nothing for the first chapter. So in the opening, you saw those two like mech things fighting each other. They were the suits of armor. The main character of Trails Through Daybreak has this ability, or this thing that he can transform into called the Grendel. And this game starts with another Grendel appearing and murdering people in the Calvard Republic. And one person associated with the Bracer Guild, who's a friend of Van, comes to him and shows him the video because they want him to know that, like, the government is aware of the Grendel, and he's the only one that they know of that has one. So if he doesn't look into this, they might wind up coming after him. So he is currently traveling around the country trying to get clues. And meanwhile, Agnes is somebody that we met in a previous game, and that works as an assistant at his office, which is called Archive Solutions, and they deal with requests that the police or Bracer Guild might not deal with. The Bracer Guild is like an adventurers guild that takes on requests from citizens and stuff for various jobs that are above board, and they operate in every country in Zemuria. But Van specifically takes on shadier jobs and uses his own judgment for whether they just, like, he's not going to do anything that's outright criminal or going to harm people, but jobs where, like, somebody comes to him with a problem where maybe they made a mistake and they want to fix that mistake, but if they go and admit that mistake to the Bracer Guild or the police, they're going to wind up in jail. while Van is off traveling the country, Agnes is kind of Swin and Nadia are running his shop, or his business, and Agnes has always been an assistant since beginning of the last game, and they are here in Edith for their own reasons, and it was just convenient for them to stay at Van's place while they're here in Edith. And while they're doing these jobs, it's a good way of collecting information, which they need for their purposes. They're looking for a missing friend. So yeah, anyway, they got a heads up that something might happen at Agnes's school, and so they pulled some strings, and they got themselves inserted as transfer students, and that is where the majority of Act 2B will take place. Now let's see. Did I? There was a side quest for here, I believe. Okay, I already did it. So now we just have to. Okay. That should not be part of it. Usually there's a marker on the map for what we need to do. Progress. Because I think I did like everything for day one and then I stopped playing, but... Nadia's kind of a slacker. Aramis Academy is what this school is called. This person is a famous figure, one of the 4 people that led the Calvard Revolution, which overthrew the rule of the nobility over the country and changed them into democracy. Alright.
バスケ部は強豪なんですよ。それと芸術系の部活も有名ですね。
Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe. Oh, there we go. That's why. The last bell rung just as the group returned to class, and thus afternoon lessons began. She's very smart, so even if she's like sleeping in class. Information analysis is kind of Nadia's specialty. After class. Oh crap, I've got work today. See you guys later. It was nice meeting you both. I hope we could talk more tomorrow. Sure thing. Bye-bye. I've got to do some more filming for our festival screening event. I'll be sticking around campus for a while, so if you want to drop by and chat some later, feel free. Sure thing. Oh, thanks again for sharing your notes on art history. It was a big help. It was no trouble at all. I get that mid-year transfer is tough, Don't be afraid to lean on any of us if you need to, okay? Everybody sure seems busy. Clubs, part-time jobs, festival prep. It's like there's always something going on. Yeah, I knew it was an elite school, but it's a lot different than I was expecting. In a good way, of course. Aramis is a place that emphasizes freedom and flexibility. That's what's attracted so many people to it over the years. Yeah, like our new boss man and Specs, right? Elaine graduated from Aramis too, if I'm not mistaken. The alumni from this place are anything but a normal bunch. Heh, you may be right about that. There are people of all stripes here, although there was a time when things weren't always so upbeat. Huh, you don't say. I feel like I've heard something about that before. She must be talking about the time when Ren was running for student council president. Well, I think it's about time we headed out. School's over now, and it looks like everyone's gone to do their club activities and stuff. Good point. Although, I wouldn't mind wandering around campus with you for a while if you'd like. Oh, I am so down for that. The Adventures of the Aramis Expedition Squad Episode 2 is officially underway. Let's go around and play pranks on everyone. How about no? More importantly, there's a bulletin board here in the Albert district, right? I think we should do a few requests if we have the time. What? You want me to spend my free time doing work? No way. Hard pass. Is what I'd normally say, but I kind of want to take on one or two, actually. We weren't able to do any earlier today. Right, it's against school rules to leave campus during our lunch break. Oh, do you mind if we drop by the student council room again? Odette and Albert asked me to come, and they want me to bring you along too. If you're fine with going, then we could save that visit for last. Work comes first. Right, sounds good to me. Now leave campus and explore the Albert district. So, the city of Edith, which is the capital city of the Calvarad Republic, is split into 12 districts. And Albert is one of them. Oh, wait, is there a side quest there? Yes, it is. Okay. Slump in sales. Our after-school sales have been on the decline recently, but I think I might know what's causing it. If possible, I'd like to discuss this with the student council. As always, I'll be at the school store on the first floor. Roscoe. Oh, looks like Roscoe left a suggestion recently. Wait a sec, I thought only students could use the suggestion box. Nope, it's open to everyone on campus, faculty included, but they typically only come to us when they need help with an issue outside their purview. That must seem pretty unusual, huh? Well, considering Aramis values student independence, I think it makes perfect sense. Bet you guys must hold a lot of sway over them then. Probably enough to talk the school store into stocking all your favorite sweets, yeah? Not necessarily. Although we certainly get our fair share of requests asking us to... Anyway, seems like the store is in a bit of a pinch at the moment. Let's head over and see what Roscoe has to say. Alright. All the side quests in this game give you lots of information about the world. It's not... Aside from like monster slaying requests, it's not just like run and fetch. You're learning. Welcome. Can I help you find something? Sorry to bother you in the middle of work. It's just that Agnes explained the note they found in the suggestion box. Oh, so that's why you're here. You kids are already so busy, I'd hate to pile more on your plate, but not at all. It comes with the territory. Anyway, you mentioned you were worried about sales, right? Yes, our after-school sales numbers have been on the decline recently. Not all of a sudden either, but gradually, day after day and week after week. On top of that, the items we've seen fewer sales on in particular are sports drinks and nutritional supplements. I see. So there's a decrease in specific products being sold. I haven't changed up our selection any, so I don't really think there's a problem with the store itself. It's just... In the note, you said you might have some idea about why this is happening? Yeah, you see, we actually have a few regulars that tend to come by after school. I guess you could say they contributed to a pretty big portion of our sales. But they've stopped coming in lately. So who are these regulars of yours? the basketball club. They'd come by all the time before practice, sometimes even during. I've heard our teams are good enough to make nationals because of how rigorous they are with their training. Considering what you stock, it makes sense that they'd be your most common customers. Basketball, huh? It was pretty fun when we played during gym this afternoon. I like how you have to stay coordinated with your teammates while also keeping toe-to-toe with the opposition. The fact that they're, like, over-explaining this, basketball isn't a big thing in Japan. And this game was made for Japanese audiences. Yeah, you look so cool. Yeah, she calls Swin Su-chan in Japanese, so. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're getting a little off topic here. You gave us some details about the situation, but I'm still not sure what you want us to do about it. Do you want us to look into what's going on with the basketball club, or are you just interested in improving your sales? Naturally, sales are what I'm most concerned with. It's just that I'm also worried about the club, too. That's part of why I put that note in the suggestion box, since it involves some of Arma's students. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like I was coming down on you. We just want to make sure we fully understand our client's request. Client? You sound so professional. Oh, well, you know, they used to do stuff like this all the time at their old school, because they're exchange students. Anya's covering for them. What she said. Anyway, we're taking his case, right? Alright. Considering this sounds like something the student council would want to investigate anyway, we'll go ahead and take your case. It could just be a coincidence. Maybe they don't like the stuff they sell here anymore. Well, even if they're totally fine, it would be a huge weight off my shoulders to know for sure. I hate to ask students to handle something like this, but anything you could find out would be greatly appreciated. Of course, we're happy to be of help. Let's start by talking to Sasha. She's the captain of the girls' basketball team. I'm sure she won't mind sharing some info with us. She's likely either in the courtyard or the auditorium. Huh. I didn't realize the club had separate teams for boys and girls. Makes sense, though. We're learning all kinds of things today. Okay, time to jump back into the Aramis Expedition Squad Arc Ride Solutions Edition. After School Chapter. Alright. So now, sometimes in a quest you'll be given a topic like this, and you can ask specific people about that topic aside from like the normal conversations that you can have with them. I know everybody's busy prepping for the festival lately, but we still gotta practice. Okay, time to get this team in tip-top shape. So now I can bring up the topic. Oh, everything's been pretty normal on our end. We're just having practice today like we always do. I mean, we did slack off a little bit after the Winter Nationals, but that's about the only issue I could think of. Right now, though, everybody's pumped up for our next big tournament. Oh, there's that fighting spirit I've heard so much about. I've heard that Aramis has a strong basketball club. You guys must do some pretty harsh training. You could say that, but it's not all about how much you practice. Fostering good relationships is our major key to success, and not just with the players, but with managers too. For example, the manager for the first-year girls is really diligent and thoughtful. She's always the last to leave after practice because she wants to make sure everything gets put away neatly. Having someone like that around really helps encourage the spirit of teamwork. I totally get where she's coming from. Some people may work fast, but they can be super sloppy about it. You're one to talk. Sounds like you know your team inside and out. Well, when you're a captain, part of your role is to look out for everyone. I'm sure I've talked your ears off about the team for long enough, though. Getting back to your question, I think I'd be more worried about the boys' team. They've been practicing as usual, but for whatever reason, they just seem kind of down. They used to get so fired up about everything. Honestly, it was almost obnoxious, but they've been oddly quiet by comparison lately. I was actually considering bringing it up to their captain. I see, so something's going on with the boys' team. I should probably be the one to go see what's up, but if you guys are already looking into it, would you mind checking in on them for me? Of course, we don't mind at all. I think I saw the boys were over in the courtyard. Let's go see what they have to say. Should have known Sasha would figure out something's up. So you guys really are having trouble? It's hard to put into words, but it's like we're running into all kinds of issues lately. Like having to fill our basketballs with air right before practice because they'd all gone flat. And sometimes we'll find ourselves missing stuff like tracksuits or tape right when we need them. Maybe you've got a poltergeist? Honestly, a poltergeist would be less trouble at this point. Everyone's been getting pretty frustrated because of how these issues keep messing with the tempo of our training. Some members are even starting to suspect one another of trying to drag us all down. It's strange that none of this has been happening to the girls' team. Where do you guys keep all your spare basketballs and stuff? In the boys' basketball locker room on the first floor of the clubhouse. The manager maintains it all for us, which makes them the prime suspect. Let's go ask them to see if they know anything. They might be able to give us a new lead. It's funny how, like, in this game, even the most mundane sounding requests usually have... There's a lot more to them than what appears on the surface. Oh. The clubhouse is out here. It's this building. First floor, I guess. This is the boys' basketball team's room. If you're looking for the players, they're out practicing on the court right now. We're kind of in the middle of a slump at the moment. I'm trying to figure out how we could fix it. I see. Can't say I blame you for wanting to talk to me about it. You haven't been playing pranks on the team, have you? Could you be any more blunt? Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if some of our players suspected the same thing. Only the manager and the advisor are given keys to the clubhouse. Nobody else should be able to get in. But I swear, I haven't been pulling pranks on anybody. I think that's enough, Nadia. Look at her expression. But if that's the case, then it's likely the culprit is a member of the basketball club. Hey, manager, can I get some spare bandages? Sure, got them right here for you. Thanks. Try not to push yourself out there, okay? If you don't loosen up every now and then, you'll wear yourself out before you even get to an actual match. You're right. I'm just trying to make sure I'm ready before the tournament is all. Especially after I've managed to climb all the way up to first string. Ooh, there's that fighting spirit I've heard so much about. Part 2. But it's hard to train as much as I want when we've got somebody messing with us all the time. I don't want to miss the chance to show my girlfriend how much I've improved at this next tournament. Girlfriend? Ah, the springtime of youth. Knock it off, Nadia. It's only natural that you'd want to make a good impression on someone so important to you. She's a really thoughtful person, and she's always been supportive of me. This is the best way I know to thank her. Yeah, believe me, I know how passionate you are about this. Anyway, if you need anything else, just let me know, okay? You got it. Talk to you later. So, Swin and Nadia, having been child assassins for like literally years, are very attentive to details. We'll continue our investigation and let you know what we find. Actually, considering Miss Sonia also has a key to this room, maybe we should go talk to her. Sounds good to me. Thanks for all your help so far. That Miss Sonia woman. So, the other thing about these games is like, you'll find when I go to play Trails Beyond the Horizon, but every single time before the story advances, like if you take a look at the map, you'll notice that anybody that you could talk to on the map is marked as a yellow dot, and that yellow dot means that you haven't talked to them yet, or there's new dialogue with that character. And every single character, every single time you advance the story, there's new dialogue for them, and each character has their own storyline. And that Miss Sonia person, that's one of Agnes's teachers, that her, you get to see like her love life as she tries to, like she's a real tomboy, and she's like 30 years old, and she's trying to find a boyfriend, and we'll be out in the town during the night, and we'll see her in the middle of a date, or like hear stories or anecdotes about her love life and stuff. It's the world building in this series is so incredible. Okay, Miss Sonia is probably in the gym. Or not. In the faculty room then. There we go. The basketball club. Well, yes, I do have a key to their locker rooms. I'm the advisor to all the sports clubs on campus. You ever loan the key out for any reason? Maybe with a record of who checks it out? Only very rarely, since we don't want to risk anyone stealing stuff. We're pretty strict on the managers about that kind of thing as well. However, the keys do open both the boys' and girls' locker rooms. That way it's a little easier for everyone to get supplies if they need them. So, they're like master keys? Sounds like it'd be pretty bad if one of them went missing. This is the first we've heard of it. That means the managers for both teams have access to the boys' and girls' locker rooms, right? Then it's possible someone on the girls' team could be the culprit. What do you mean by culprit? Well, we were just playing a little riddle game we made up, that's all. We had to get a hint from you in order to solve the case. Really? That sounds like fun. Sure is lovely to see you kids getting along so well. Well, we'd better get back to it. Thanks for all your help. They're trying not to get the students in trouble. Hey, Ah-chan. Lying to a teacher? And without batting an eye, no less. I guess you've got a naughty streak in you after all. Maybe it's Van's influence. He's been putting ideas in your head, hasn't he? Not that lying can't be beneficial from time to time. Agnes comes across to a lot of people, especially when they first meet her, as very straight-laced. But this game has an alignment system based on choices that you make both during the main story and during side quests, called Law, Gray, and Chaos. And there's 3 people that would be love interests for Van. Elaine, Agnes, and Shizuna. And people often associate Elaine with the Bracer Guild would be Law. Agnes would be Gray, because she is willing to bend the rules to that. Like, Elaine is like super straight-laced. Agnes is much more open-minded and willing to do what needs to be done in order to benefit things, and Shizuna just does whatever the hell she wants. Well, I can't say I haven't learned a thing or two from him, but more importantly, I didn't want this issue to get blown out of proportion just yet. Don't worry, I get you. Well, anyway, let's go back over everything we've learned so far. The problem is that the boys' basketball team can't practice effectively right now due to issues with their supplies. And when you're doing investigation quests like this and your characters like meet up to talk about stuff, you'll get asked questions, and there is a reward if you get the right answer, meaning that you were actually paying attention. And although we initially thought it had to be someone on the boys' team causing this, with what Miss Sonia just told us, we now know that the keys held by the managers can open both the boys' and girls' locker rooms. Which means the members of the girls' team are also suspects now. At the moment, however, we still don't have any motives. So, who would want to interfere with the boys' practice? Who and why? Actually, What if we changed our perspective a little? Instead of thinking over a list of suspects, we should try and narrow down the reason behind the culprit's actions. Try to infer their goal, huh? Well, let's think about what the benefit would be for doing this in the first place. I think there might be something we're forgetting. You picked up on it too? Right, that gung-ho first year we ran into earlier seemed to be favoring one leg over the other. He was trying to keep anyone from noticing, but I'd bet that he injured himself. Yeah, it didn't seem like he told anyone about it either. Although, I'm pretty sure the manager has him figured out already. Yeah, based on the conversation they had. I can't blame him. He seems so happy to be chosen for first string after all. And there was that part about him wanting to show off what he'd achieved to his girlfriend. Yeah, I think we should use him as our jumping off point for the time being. If it has something to do with the first year's injury, whoever was interfering with their practice was doing so because... someone else didn't want him to practice. I think there might be someone else that wants to prevent him from practicing. If that's the case, why not just let him rest for a while? Why ruin it for everyone else? Maybe they tried to get him to rest, but he wouldn't listen. He seemed like a pretty determined guy, after all. Whatever the case may be, I think it's most likely that whoever's behind this is someone that wants him to recover from his injury. Considering what we know, the prime suspect would have to be his girlfriend. I think it might be his girlfriend. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, any girl would be worried if their boyfriend was hurt. Especially since he's been working extra hard just to thank her. Right, I bet she feels guilty because he's pushing himself so hard. If she's as diligent and thoughtful as he said she is, I'm sure she's been thinking pretty hard on it. Diligent and thoughtful? Doesn't that mean the manager for the first year girls is his girlfriend? Huh? She is? It's all still speculation at this point, but I think she would be the most likely suspect. I guess being a manager would give her access to the boys' locker room too. And when I think back on what Sasha said earlier, for example, the manager for the first year girls is really diligent and thoughtful. She's always the last to leave after practice because she wants to make sure everything gets put away neatly. Yep, she's definitely had the opportunity to mess with the boys' supplies too. And all without hurting the girls' team. Did she really go that far for her boyfriend though? If someone found out, it'd just make things worse for him. Oh, Su-chan, you clearly don't know the impact love can have on a young maiden. By the way, she is like madly in love with Swin, and Swin is just... I'm not sure if he's willfully obtuse or... I know... Actually, I'm pretty sure that's the case. He's always felt guilty that he got her brother killed. It probably doesn't feel like he deserves to have a relationship with her, but at the same time, he feels like the only way that he can atone for her brother dying is to look out for her. So, but she wants a romantic relationship. Come on, is this about love or morals? I agree with you, Swin. However, we could be here all day just theorizing. I think the next step is to confront her directly and see what she has to say. Right, the only way we'll get to the truth is by asking her. Hopefully she'll open up to us. The managers should be over in the girls' locker room, so let's head over now. And those are my reward for getting the answers to the questions right. Oh. First floor again. Okay. Oh. Next door. What? No. It's upstairs. Ah, there we go. Sorry, but do you mind if we speak with you for a minute? Sure. What can I help you with? Anya sat down and calmly explained everything that they'd learned of the situation as well as their suspicions. Which brings us here. Everything you said is true. I won't try to make excuses for it. Well, that was easy. I had already told myself that I'd admit what I'd done if anyone ever found out. I'm sorry, I really am. Could you maybe tell us a bit more about why you did all this? My boyfriend, the boy you met, and I started dating not long after he joined the basketball club. To be honest, he wasn't all that good at the start, but he would practice every chance he could get, even on his days off. It's been about a year now, and he was finally taken off the benches. Yeah, he seemed pretty fired up about it. But he'd been overdoing it lately and ended up hurting his leg. He's been hiding it from everyone so that he could keep practicing. Every time I tried getting him to take it easy, he told me to stop worrying. I could tell you really care for him, especially since you've been supporting him all this time. Yeah. That's why I thought maybe I could make it so that he couldn't practice anymore. That maybe if I was able to slow him down just a little bit. At least until the tournament ended. Thank you for being honest with us. I think we have a pretty good picture of the situation now. However, I'm afraid we can't allow you to continue interfering with the boys' basketball team. That being said, I really do want to respect her feelings. What would Van do if he were in my shoes? And now I get to choose how to handle it. For now, let's keep this between us. Why don't we go and talk to the manager of the boys' team instead? But we'd have to tell him everything, right? What if he gets mad at me? I know this is going to sound harsh, but I think you're just going to have to deal with it. You're right. I'm sorry. I think his manager will handle it just fine. He seems like he's pretty good at taking care of his players. Yeah, but you really think it's okay for me to keep this from my boyfriend? I feel so guilty about it all. I get how you feel, but sometimes being honest isn't for the best. The important thing is to keep him from furthering his injury. Honestly, I think telling him the truth might distract him from practice. I know you must have spent plenty of time thinking this over. You made a choice that you believed would be in his best interest, right? You care about him a lot, so it's okay to wait until there's a better time to tell him. Now that someone else knows, it feels like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders. Not being able to tell anyone, it made it all really hard. Thanks for stepping in. After that, Agnes's group went to the manager of the boys' basketball team and explained the situation. The girl was open and upfront with him about the situation, and Agnes, Swin, and Nadia did what they could to support her from the sidelines. He calmly accepted her admission and told her that he'd take personal responsibility for her boyfriend's care. Phew, one more case in the bag. Sure wasn't expecting something like that to be the reason the store's numbers were struggling. Well, at least our client sounded relieved. Yeah, we did find a solution to his problem after all. I'm impressed though. Chan, you've gotten pretty good at these RMS4 SPGs. 4 SPGs, huh? Honestly, I think this is the first time I've ever had to deal with a case like this. I just hope the manager isn't being too hard on herself right now. Even if it doesn't excuse what she did, she really was acting out of love for her boyfriend. I guess I shouldn't let my personal feelings get in the way of things though. I think you're fine. Everyone's got their own methods, right? I'm sure Van taught you that much. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why, but I think I'm starting to miss him a little. Just a tiny bit though. Okay then. Let's head back to our aimless wandering. What's next on the docket? Tea maybe? In case you forgot, we still have more work to do. Oh, I already maxed out Chaos? Okay, cool. That was one of the things that I needed to do in New Game Plus, is get all my alignments maxed out. Okay. And so for SPGs, since the actually, I mentioned that the Van's group does like odd jobs and stuff around the city. He's known as a Spriggan, and for SPG, it literally means for Spriggan, and they post them on the back of these bulletin boards, and he'll go check the bulletin boards in each district for requests that are specifically for Spriggans. Edith Cathedral is a bulletin board. Last stop, destruction. According to recent intel, a dangerous monster, the Regina Geist, has been sighted in the Alber District's abandoned subway line. We would greatly appreciate you taking care of this beast in the guild's stead. Racer Guild. Alright, so monster hunt. These guys are all equipped, right? Alright. I think we should be good. I think I had the chance to equip everybody. There's like 16 playable characters in this game, so... Or 18. So there's a lot of equipment moving around and stuff as the game goes on. I also missed a chest somewhere in my last playthrough, so I gotta deal with that at some point. Like I said, my characters are very over-leveled. This is a new game plus, so none of these battles are going to be challenging. Nadia uses these needles that have like steel wires attached to them for a weapon. Agnes uses an art staff, or an orbital staff, for magic, and Swin uses these special dual blades.
宝箱だな。悪くない手応えだ。
すーちゃんやったね。
続けナディア。隙ありだ。
これがなーちゃんの実力なのだ。
よくやったナディア。
敵がたくさん。面倒一気に決めましょう。そこです。やっやっはっ。
俺が行く。
やったね。完全勝利。
そこだ。食ら
いきます。
え。任せたアニス。
プレアデスレイ。これ
Right
で一
after,
安心
remember
ね。あーちゃんグッジョブ。
battle basics when we get to the boss, though. I'll probably be able to face roll this boss, but upcoming one, probably not so much. Chapter boss I recall being quite difficult my first time around.
これで一安心ですね。まだです。
Can eliminate enemies on the field without getting into turn-based combat, but oftentimes it's more efficient to just like go into combat and use a skill
遅い。捉えた。
like that.
ざっとこんなもんだ。
スウィンク、さすがです。
The reason that's important is because you can stun monsters on the map and then start the battle with an advantage. And when you do that, every monster in the battle takes damage right at the start. And they are also, you get guaranteed first strike for all your characters.
遅い。捉えた。悪くない手応えだ。
これがなーちゃんの実力なのだ。
悪くない宝箱だな。
Oh.
アクセス成功。開始する。
Hacking minigame. It's an electronically locked chest.
コードを分析。セキュリティの除去。サーチ展開。サーチ展開。コードを分析。
Oh.
コード解析中。
I misread it.
除去。サーチ展開。サーチ展開。 高度解析中。タイムリミットに注意。セキュリティの除去。ミッションコンプリート。
All right. There's my target.
そこだ。食らえ。
私が相手です。
任せたアニエス。
プレアデスレイ。いい感じです。
やるもんだなアニエス。
Got all the chests. All right.
ここで休息できそうだな。一息つけたな。シャード展開。
One of the key parts of battle in these games is manipulating the turn order. Fortunately, I don't think I would be able to delay these guys. But it doesn't look like I really need to. Oh. He's so fast he gets 2 turns.
遅い。捕らえた。勝機。
この調子でいきましょう。それ。
Really? Okay.
ブーストのチャンスキル正解だよ。
このまま押すぞ。
進軍開始だよ。あ、こけた。どんなもんだ。限界突破だ。
Oh. He just dies from a counterattack.
依頼達成ですね。報酬が振り込まれたわ。
Alright. Get a tiny bit of alignment from taking on monster slaying requests. You get large amounts from doing more in-depth side quests and main story stuff. All right.
行くよ。
Now, we have to go to the student council room, meet up with Agnes's buddies. We'll get to meet one of my favorite characters in the entire series, in this chapter. She's introduced in Trails in the Sky 2 as a little girl, and now she's like 17 or 18 years old, and she is going to school. Well, she's the student council president, so, but we don't get to meet her just yet. This, I wish more RPG games had this. Like, I cannot express enough the frustration that has been caused when you accidentally walk into something that advances the main story, and especially when it locks you out of doing more exploration and stuff. A warning when you're about to advance main story. Entering the student council room will cause the main story to advance. As a result, all unfinished quests and unseen sub-events will disappear. And you get a choice. Do you want to do it or no? And that's every single time that you go to advance the story in these games. Someone roll out the red carpet, because I have returned. Hey, Odette. Hello, Albert. Good to see you three again. Sorry to take up more of your time. Oh, it's no big deal. How can we help? I have something I wanted to give Swen and Nadia. Really? My free lunch vouchers? Nope, afraid not. Sorry to get your hopes up. It's a list of all the clubs we have here, along with the upcoming festival events. Kinda threw it together last second, so it's not super detailed or anything. We just thought you might be interested in knowing all of Aramis' extracurricular activities. Normally, people join clubs at the beginning of the school year, but it's never too late. No pressure either way, though. Aramis is fairly lax about this sort of thing. The school's all about giving its students the freedom to decide what's best for themselves, so just treat this as a reference. But I'm not sure what the Japanese nicknames she uses for them are. Thanks, Detty and Bertie. We really appreciate you taking the time to do this, especially given how swamped you are. Wait, back up. Did you just call me Detty? Bertie? She comes up with nicknames for like everybody though. Well, now I understand why you wanted me to bring them along. They're our classmates now after all, and they've already expressed interest in trying out new things. Yeah, we couldn't help out with the tour, so this is our way of making up for that. Besides, it's the student council's job to help new students get accustomed to life on campus. If you need anything at all, feel free to give us a shout. Agnes, Albert, and I have got your backs. Wow, I'm not used to being fussed over like this. Neither am I. Honestly, it's kind of overwhelming. Never mind, forget I said anything. We'll give this list a once-over later. Thanks again, you guys. You're very welcome. Alright, we'll be heading to the science lab now. The first batch of materials for the school festival arrived earlier than expected, so we're going to take a look at them. Oh, I see. Would you like me to join you? Nah, you don't have to do that. We're more than capable of inspecting a package or two on our own. Are you sure? Positive. You should be spending time with Swin and Nadia anyway. See you all tomorrow. Bye. Thanks for all the help again. Alright, we'll be heading out then. Whoa, it's almost nighttime. Ew, I sure worked my butt off today, said the girl who slept through most of her classes. Still, I suppose we did get a good feel for the campus. I think we're in the clear. Huh? In the clear? We were scouting the place out. We used to do that whenever we came to a new area back when we were on the run. No one's chasing us anymore, obviously, but we're having a hard time breaking the habit. I'm so sorry. I never realized. She knows a little bit about their pasts, but I don't know if she's aware of the full story yet. Don't apologize. It's just kind of an us thing. I did have a weird feeling a little earlier, but it was probably my imagination. I'll chalk it up to first day of school jitters. Now that I've made my debut, it's smooth sailing on the lazy school life rivers from here. From tomorrow on, I'm in coast mode. Translation, I'm going to slack off and sink my disciplinary record in the process. Exactly. I'm taking this chance to live out all my high school fantasies. Go hard or go home. First on the list, sleep in and forget my homework. Then I have find a passionate love letter on my desk. I would suggest omitting that first one. At the very least, they'll be able to keep pace with the material. Their test scores were exceptional. Still a little concerned on their behalf, but maybe they'll be okay. Alright, would you two like to go get some...
でかい校舎の裏側だ。あの煙の高さ、左翼の2階か。
そんな嘘。
アニース、これ以上は危険だ。
こんなのって。おだったアルベール君。
So this is one of the things about this game. Explosion takes place at the science lab. So, we were introduced to it in the first chapter. Agnes asks if Van needs some help with something, and he turns her down, and then you go and you wind up fighting this boss, and Van and Elaine die, and Agnes gets there just in time to see it. And when that happens, time like resets. And it all has to do with these artifacts that they've got that Agnes was collecting. They were made like 50 years ago by her grandfather, Professor Claude Epstein. And they were like the things that all modern technology is based off of. And they don't know what they're capable of, but she found a journal entry from her grandfather saying that if they weren't found by 1209, it would be the end of the world. And so the first game had us running around and collecting. There were 8 of these orbments in total. We found 7 of them, and at the beginning of the game, when we saw that Crimson Grendel that was murdering all those people in the video that Van was shown, that they have the 8th orbment. So this isn't the first time they've experienced this. The first time that everybody got rewound, they didn't people didn't even know that they had been rewound. They just had like a gut instinct. But the more times it happens, the more aware they become of it.
今のは
And these guys have been rewound a few times at this point. So
感覚、おぼろげな記憶、また例の現象が起きたのか。
巻き戻り、そんな気がするけど。あーちゃん、
その大丈夫か。
はい、すみません、少し混乱してしまって。今のは理科室。でもそんなことって。
So now we have a choice.
曖昧にはしておけません。行ってみましょう、理科室に。
そうだな、おぼろげにしか覚えていないが、今ならまだ間に合うかもしれない。
善は急げ、レッツゴー。 あ、やっぱりアニエスたちだ。声はするのに入ってこないからさーって。
なんだ、どこかへ行くのか。
ちょっと用事ができて。いや悪いね。せっかくいろいろ気を回してくれてたのに。
すまない、また今度顔を出させてくれ。
二人はここにいて、理科室には絶対に行かないでくださいね。いいけど。
そういえばこの後用事があったが、なんで知ってるんだ。
えはい。
記憶が正しければあれは夕刻だった。もう少し時間があるはずだ。
ともかく確かめてみよう。
Science room. Okay, it has to be around here somewhere. Let's look around. Right. Got no time to waste.
ビーカーに実験機器、薬品だな。気になるものが多いな。
あの規模の爆発なら爆弾も見落とすほど小さくはないはずだよ。はい、一通り調べてみましょう。
Looks like everything's all right in here. Huh? Is something wrong? No, not at all. We're just checking to make sure everyone's following the teacher's instructions. Well, of course we are. I mean, it'd be dangerous not to. That's right, safety first. Be careful around open flames and all that. I wonder if these are the materials for the school festival that Albert mentioned. Something wrong? We were just wondering if there was anything fun in there. Nah, not really. It's just the stuff that's on the inventory list. Trust me, I had to inspect it all. I see. Thanks. What do you think, Nadia? I only did a brief check, but I don't think this is where the explosive came from. Although, we'd need to do a more thorough inspection to say for sure. You're probably right, then. Yeah, given what these guys used to do, they know their way around dangerous stuff like explosives. The equipment in here hasn't been used for classes in a long time. If someone did plant something, there'd more than likely be some trace of it. So... I know they're probably keeping track of which chemicals they're using, but maybe there's something in here that's dangerous when mixed. From what I'm seeing, that doesn't seem very likely. Anything made from these chemicals wouldn't have made an explosion that big. Are you sure? Positive. Let's just say I've mixed more than my fair share of blasty stuff back in the day. I see. Looks like it's not here. Could I have been wrong? Was my mind really just playing tricks on me? Where else could it be? Hey, sorry to interrupt. Are you looking for the delivery guy that just came in? Delivery guy? Yeah, he left a paper bag in the prep room a few minutes ago. Didn't really get a good look at his face, but I could have sworn I've seen him before. Then again, maybe my brain's just playing tricks on me. Let's get to the prep room now. Way ahead of you. Aha! Found it. Holy moly, is that a plastic explosive? This is high-grade stuff. You could blow up the whole building if you set it up right. What? But who would bring something like that into our school? I think we got our answer from that girl earlier. Oh, the delivery man. Phew, that did the trick. You disarmed it? Luckily for us, the mechanism wasn't all that complicated. Alright, what's our next move? The explosion had gone off around this time before. Chasing an arsonist on our own will be dangerous, no doubt about that. Still, would you be willing to help me track him down? Of course. That guy's gonna regret getting in the way of my lazy school life when I'm through with him.
この部屋に出入りしていたならあの機能が使えるな。
はい、シャードサーチで追ってみましょう。
So shards are something new to this the Calvard arc, and they have to do with the orbments. So people don't just cast magic. If I go to my orbment screen here, see that thing in the background there that looks like a cell phone? All of these little things that go into this orbment are what allow them to cast magic. The device channels orbal energy and manifests the magic in the real world. And these things also have these tiny particles called shards. And when you do this, you can see the shards spread out. And that's a function of these battle orbments. You'll also notice when we are fighting monsters, when you're just fighting on the field, you're just like hitting them with weapons and stuff. When you go into turn-based battle, you are actually spreading out a field of shards that forms like a barrier around the battle to prevent collateral damage, so that when you like use arts and stuff in the middle of the city, you're not going to blow up the building next to you, that kind of thing. Oh, they went this way.
この足跡、思わず身を隠したみたいな。やっぱり怪しいね。早くとっちめよう。何かあるよ。サーチしよう。
And look who we have here.
Hehehe そろそろ思い知らせてやるか。この僕が受けた屈辱、多少なりとも返させてもらおう。なんだ貴様らは。
それはこっちのセリフなんだけど。
素人に毛の生えた程度みたいだが、アニエス、知っている男なのか。
ええ、まさかあなたが犯人だったなんて。お話聞かせてもらえますか。ロナール・グリフィス元先輩。
This guy is a son of one of Calvard's politicians, and I think he was the one who was running for student council president, and he was an absolute piece of shit. He was like blackmailing people and a whole bunch of other stuff. And then he went after when Ren transferred from, she used to live in Liberal. When she transferred into the school, she was just like naturally popular and stuff, and he wanted her to support him, and she refused. And so he like tried to blackmail her and stuff, and just to avoid drawing attention to herself, she just like agreed and stood by and let him do what he wanted, but she wouldn't support him. And then he tried to threaten Agnes, and that pissed Ren off. And Ren is like one of the smartest people in the story. She was involved in the creation of the first computer in this world. She is an amazing hacker. She's very good at orbal arts. And she has a lot of connections because she used to be part of Ouroboros. And so she got this reporter that she knew to gather all this information, both about him. She outed him to the whole school in such a way that he was expelled. And then when he tried to go to his dad was exposed for political corruption and thrown in jail. All because he tried to interfere with Agnes. And now that Ren is the student council president. She didn't want to be, but when they went to do the votes, even though her name wasn't on the ballot, everybody voted for her. And so she was like, okay, fine. Her original goal was not to draw attention to herself while she was here because she had other things that she's not here for school. She's here because she's looking into Ouroboros. But now she looks out for Agnes and quite a few other people.
Agnes, Kuro deru!
あれって。
なんであの人があんな格好で学校にいるんだ。
とりあえずただごとじゃなさそうだね。警察を呼ぶからみんなは待機していて。
Toa is one of my favorite characters in the entire franchise. I have had her as my lock screen on my phone for like 6 years now. Anya, Swin, and Nadia were able to prevent the explosion at Aramis Academy. Miss Toa stayed late so she could console the other students and deal with the aftermath. And the perpetrator, Ronald Griffith, was given over to the police. That's it? He was just trying to harass Ren? Seems so. That's what he said during his confession, at least. He claimed he was only trying to cause a little chaos so that she'd lose face in the eyes of her peers. Wow, talk about taking things 10 steps too far. You said his name was Ronald Griffith, right? I heard he withdrew from Aramis. That's right, he was the son of a former elected official, a thoroughbred through and through. Caused a hell of a stir last spring, which led him to drop out. Seems he's held a grudge against you and the student council president ever since. I'm aware. He's tried to get revenge on her several times at this point. But it didn't sound like he was a real threat. Until now, anyway. Yes, what he did goes beyond idle harassment. There's no telling how many people could have died. Oh, Ah-chan. Yeah, this case is a real head-scratcher. High-yield explosives like those are normally found in the hands of Jaegers, not civilians. They aren't exactly easy to get a hold of. So, I mentioned the Bracer Guild earlier, and how they're like an adventurer guild that takes on requests from citizens and stuff. Jaegers are like straight-up mercenaries who will do any job for money, no matter what it is. So, they're kind of the coin flip, or the other side of the coin from the Bracer Guild. The Bracer Guild only takes on jobs that are legal and above board, and Jaegers take on whatever brings them money.
Sasa しかし警察も暇だよな。この程度で大げさにしやがって。当たり前だろ。あんな爆薬を仕掛けやがって。もし起爆したら校舎が吹き飛んでたんだぞ。はあ？なんだよその威力。聞いてないぞ。僕はただぼや騒ぎが起こせるブツをって。
They? All the foolish things to do. Just to be safe, we searched the entire area and we didn't find any other explosives. We'll be investigating the matter further, but it may be some time before we track down the cellar. You got any ideas on that, Su-chan? Can't say I do. I know next to nothing about Calvard's black market. That said, I'm not exactly keen on leaving this case squarely in the hands of the police. He's saying that the policeman's right there. I'm right here, you know. Well, we'll leave it at that. I won't pry into your background for now. But dismantling a bomb and pinning down an armed suspect isn't something any normal high school kid could do. I know you're filling in for Arkride while he's out of town, but I expect your full cooperation with our investigation. Are we clear? Crystal. Understood. Although, we did tell you everything we know. While provoking him once or twice along the way. Anyway, I doubt we'll get any more leads for today, so I'll be on my way. Sorry to keep you kids so late. Oh, but one last thing before I go. Remember, you're all civilians. You shouldn't go sticking your noses into places they don't belong. You got lucky this time, but in the future, don't take matters into your own hands. Do me a favor and relay that to your boss, too. Yes, sir. Smell you later, Super Sleuth. That took longer than I expected. The Calvard police are pretty serious about their jobs, huh? Super Sleuth took our insults like a champ. I like him. Getting under his skin was so much fun. Well, at least one of us enjoyed themselves. Still, I wish we could have been able to help more. There are still so many unanswered questions. Yeah, for real. On the bright side, we did prevent the tragedy C warned us about. They got an anonymous email from somebody saying that something would happen at the school, and they gave it credence because they got something from that from the same person at the end of the last game, and it was on the money. Like it said, look out for the 7th Genesis, the 7th original orbment during the Calvard Festival, and it wound up turning up, and it turned into like the climax of the game. So I've been wondering, if they knew what was going to happen, why was their message so vague? I mean, investigate Aramis isn't exactly much to go on. We only stopped it because of the time rewinding thingy. Something feels off about all this. I know what you mean, especially since the act was so personal in nature. I just don't get what motivated C to investigate this guy. I agree, it doesn't make much sense. Between tipping us off about the 7th Genesis and now this, one might wonder if they could see the future. I'd believe it. Heck, we just learned that time travel's real, so I'm basically willing to believe anything at this point. Well, we don't know for sure that what we're doing is time travel. Right. Well, it's probably pointless to continue racking our brains over this. There's something else that's been bothering me.
聞いてないぞ。僕はただぼや騒ぎが起こせるブツをって。
Yeah. He may have said he didn't mean to cause that much damage, but that's just an excuse. I still wonder where he even got the goods in the first place. Oh well. We're not being paid to figure this out. We should let the cops earn their keep. Right. Perhaps it's better that we leave the rest in their hands. At any rate, we saved a lot of lives today. Thank you both again for all your help. I doubt I would have been able to save Odette and Albert if I was on my own. Agnes. Hey, it's no biggie. Besides, we're freeloading off you guys, so we gotta pitch in somehow, even if it's just a little bit. But if you really want to thank us, I'd totally accept a reward in the form of... I gotta stop you there. Don't get carried away. Well then, shall we head home for the day? It's gotten pretty late now. Yeah, we'll take a quick stroll around town and then head back to the office. You gonna come with, Ah-chan? Oh, wait, you have to go back to the dorms, don't you? I do, but I can come along. I need to sort through Van's paperwork anyway. Sounds like a plan. We'll feel better having you with us on the way back. You sure you want to lug your bag all the way to the office? Oh, great. Maybe I should drop that off in my room first. And I ought to call Ren and let her know what happened. Do you mind if I stop by the dorms? You're more than welcome to join me if you'd like. Ooh, can we? That sounds like fun. We'd be happy to come along, thank you.
So, 本当によく防いでくれたわね、3人とも。よりによって私が不在の間にやらかしてくれたようだけど。
The police have him in their custody now. They also confirmed that the school is free of explosives, so classes will resume tomorrow. And we took a look around campus ourselves. Can't be too thorough, you know?
なら大丈夫でしょう。手間をかけたわね。今度お茶でもご馳走するとして、少し引っかかっている点もあるよね。私もアニエスたちが事前に察知できた経緯が気になるし。戻ったら詳しく聞かせてもらおうかしら。
He did kind of sweep the time rewind thing under the rug. She doesn't miss a beat, does she? Of course, we'll be sure to tell you all about it.
そうしてちょうだい。少し気になる点についてはこちらでも探ってみるから、あまり心配しすぎないこと。なるべく早めに戻るから、引き続き留守をよろしくね。
Will do. Take care. After taking a quick breather, Anya's got changed. The trio set off to do their evening rounds. So now you can see all the districts of Edith. It's a pretty big city. Can't remember what they said the population was. It's like almost 1 million people. So now there's a couple of side quests here at nighttime.
めくるめく夜の街に繰り出すぞー。良い子は真似しちゃダメだよ。
授業中よりよっぽど元気だな。言っておくが 4SPG のために軽く回るだけだぞ。
書類整理も残っていますし、一回りしたら事務所に戻りましょう。
Lashkar's path. Lashkar has been acting strange lately. Not only has he been going out by himself in the middle of the night, but he's been really moody too. Can you look into what's going on with him and help him out while you're at it? Come to my apartment building in the Center Marsh, and I'll tell you more. Aina. Okay, so this character, Lashkar, is somebody that we met in the last game. We went to this small town. Actually, let me bring up the world map if I can. I know there is a world map, I've just... There we go. So, while we were in, while we were doing requests in the first game, we went to Langport, we went to Basil, we went to Tharbad, we went to Oracion, and we went to this small little village called Krail, and it was like the very first place that we went in the game. And at the climax, well, at the end of there's like an interlude chapter that takes place in Longlai here. And it's kind of like you're out there with everybody taking a break after all of the big events that have happened, and just as you get back to Edith, there's this emergency announcement on the news. Krail village was wiped off the face of the earth by a nuclear explosion, and Lashkar and Kaina are two people that we met in that village who lived there, and they just happened to be in Edith at the time, so everybody that they know is dead. I'll be right back. Yes, he's only like 14 or 15 years old. His dream was to become a bracer. And while we were there, we were doing some side quests, and he helped us with one of them. And there was this girl that he liked, and she like gave him a handmade thing that looked like a bracer emblem, and she died in the explosion as well. So he's not been in a good mental state, and that's why Kaina is asking us to look into him, because she knows that Kaina knows that we know who he is and we've dealt with him in the past. So yeah. Anyway, that reporter person that Ren used to sink the Griffiths, his name was Dingo. He also died in that explosion. The very major character, major side character, and he was like his entire purpose was tracking down the group that caused it, and he did track them down, and he met up with their leader right before he set off the bomb. And part of the reason that we got information about what happened was because he didn't try to run away. As the bomb was going off, he was taking pictures, and they were being uploaded to a cloud, and they went straight to Van. And so Van was able to give those pictures to the government and a bunch of other the Bracer Guild and a bunch of other organizations, and that they had they actually knew what happened. Otherwise, everybody would have been in the dark about it. People might not have even known that the Krail village was wiped out for who knows how long, until somebody tried to go there, right? Yeah. So, let's go check out there we go. Let's go look in on Lashkar. We'll talk to Kaina first and see what's going on. Oh, thanks for coming, Agnes. I guess Van's still out of town, huh? Unfortunately, yes. But we should be able to handle anything that needs doing while he's away. That said, you had something you wanted to ask regarding Lashkar, right? Yeah, he's been working part-time at the Center March recently. I'm sure you've heard that he's trying to become a bracer again, right? Ever since what happened to Krail Village, I thought he'd cooled off on the idea, but last week, he started acting a little different. And today, I just can't figure out where he went. Kaina and Lashkar, they're both from Krail Village, but managed to keep from getting caught up in the disaster. Yeah, trauma doesn't always get better with time. At least, not easily. Kaina, I'm sure you must be terribly worried about him. I'd like to know more about what's been going on with Lashkar lately. Do you think you could give us some more information? Well, first, you remember how out of control he was last year up until the Revolution Festival, right? Yes, I remember. He had so much pent-up anger that he used to pick fights with the local thugs. Then, at the beginning of the year, he started living with me, and he actually started making some friends around the Center March. I thought he had finally calmed down. But a little more than a week ago, no, maybe a little before that even, he started running off at night. It's almost like he's worse now than he was before. He'll even start crying sometimes completely out of nowhere. He sounds pretty unstable. And on top of everything else, he came home injured yesterday. I tried asking him about what was going on, but he refused to talk. He just ran off again. Ever since then, I really am bad at this, aren't I? To think I'm supposed to be the one adult he can rely on. I think they're the only two survivors of the village. I don't think there was anybody else that was not there when it happened. Please, if there's anything you could do to help him. I hope you realize this isn't all on you. We still don't quite have enough info to go on though, which means it might take some time to investigate. What do you want to do, Achan? Let me think. Yes, we'll take the case. I'm not about to leave Lashkar to suffer through his feelings alone. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I asked you for help. We're still short on info though. Guess we'll just have to start asking around. Right, let's look for people he has regular contact with and see if they know anything. Maybe someone over at the temple can help. Actually, he's been spending a lot of time talking to Yazan from the Center March recently. Yazan has ways of getting bits and pieces of news from the underground. Lashkar was talking to him a lot back when he was getting into fights. I see. I guess the only other place worth looking would be the guild. Yeah, he spent a lot of time there last year to help out. I think he was just looking for somebody to talk to. I know there were some bracers there that cheered him up a little though. But it sounds like the Bracer Guild may have some useful information as well. Yeah, thank you again. I know he's in good hands. Alright, let's get investigating. Alright, we've got a topic again. So there's a secret district in the city called the Blacklight District, and it's like an underground lawless place. And this Yazan person has connections to the Blacklight District, I believe.
Yo, me.
Lashkar, huh? Yeah, he's been by my place a few times in the past. Like to ask about stuff going on in the criminal underworld. Can't count how many times I told him not to get involved in all that mess. I see. Sounds like he's been up to a lot lately. Was there anything about him that seemed different? We heard he started acting a little strange about a week ago. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him around in a few days. But you said this started a week ago? That's about all that Kaina could tell us, yeah. Do you know if anything happened to him around that time? Well, about 10 days ago, I heard talk that some people from the Central East have been up to something. Got ties to the underworld, too. Of course, it's just a rumor, but I figure it's something you might want to be aware of. Interesting. There's no clear connection, but it couldn't hurt to keep it in mind. Mysterious crime ring, eh? Sounds pretty shady. We don't know if they've got anything to do with Lashkar, though. But right now, it's just one more possible lead. That was certainly an interesting conversation. Although I can't really say we have more information than what we started with. We should talk to some more people before we rush into a decision. So we have to go to several different districts to get all the information we need. Also, I think there's a monster hunt request. There's also some bonus stuff for if you go to the baths. Oh yeah, it's entrance exam season, right? I've heard there's a few people around Old Town taking the test for Aramis. I'm good, honestly. Don't think there'd be very much I'd like to do there. I'd actually rather visit Remaferia. It's where my grandparents are from, after all. They've told me all kinds of things about the place, especially how beautiful it is, being surrounded by all that nature. You know, we've actually been there. The forests were so pretty. We were there for work, so we didn't get much chance to look around. I see. Actually, I believe the Principality of Remaferia is known for having a high standard of education as well. Wait, is that why you two are pretending to be exchange students from Remaferia? Yep. We felt like it would help us fit in a little better. Forgot you two were travelers for a while. I wish I could do that, but it's kind of hard to go on trips when you're on front desk duty all the time. Maybe I should finish some of that extra homework Huck gave me. I think economics is pretty interesting. It's nice to imagine things working at such a large level, like industries and revenue and stuff. That's what makes me so different from Harry and Sheena. I'll take learning over playing any day. Over the course of the first game, there's this dude that sits here and he's like playing Mahjong all the time and he just seems like a fucking deadbeat. And it turns out he's like the #1 economics analyst in Calvard. And near the end of the game, you see politicians coming to consult with him about stuff. And he's kind of been her tutor. Because she's brilliant, apparently. They taught her how to play Mahjong. Van has this
これはかなりの暑さですね。
particular thing about saunas and baths, and so if you take a bath in every single chapter,
今後もラグーナをよろしくね。
you get bonuses in the games where he's the protagonist. I want to go to the bulletin board here because I think there's a hunt quest that'll be quick to complete.
どれどれ
Found a pretty big monster in the garden recently. Think you could get rid of it for us? It'll be the one called Ghastly Jinn. Feel free to use the terminal in Rosette's room to get the job done. Thank you, Mirabelle. The Merhen Garden is like a virtual world that they can enter with. They use these portals. And there's a massive side quest that goes on over the course of the entire game, where this whole virtual world was hijacked from the company that made it, and they want us to investigate why. And Van has a very special. So each of these orbments has a core, and so you hear that voice. That's like an AI core. That's a part of the. Yeah, and you can swap them out actually. Oh, right. So, but Vans is special. Vans is able to turn into like a hologram of a little girl, and it's got processing power that shouldn't be possible with the current technology, and it's probably got connections to the gods of this world, because sometimes it'll say certain things, and those things are like blanked out, as if the people that are listening to it can't understand what that word is. So it'll be interesting to see what she actually is, probably in Trails Beyond the Horizon. But first we gotta go here for a quest.
歓迎すんでゆっくりしてってな。
I thought they said there was something new here.
またいつでもどうぞ。
Oh yeah, and that's the hollow core mare. Wait. Oh, I've got to go from Rosette's room, that's why. So this is where Van's office is. In the upper floor of this bistro area. Wait, what? Oh, right. Office. Rosette's room is here. He already gave us permission, so let's head on in. This is this virtual world. And because it was meant to be like a place where people that were physically far apart would be able to connect with each other. But whoever hacked it and took it over filled it with monsters. Because another function that the company that developed it was planning to use it for was combat training. Lima chain.
いい感じです。あーちゃん、大丈夫。
Okay. Oh, zero arts. Okay. You get turn bonuses, and zero arts is one of the most broken ones. It allows you to cast the spell with no cast time and no cost. Instantly. And Nadia just happens to be one of my most powerful casters. Oh, it interrupted my spell. That asshole. Okay, the target. Okay. Chest this way.
敵の集団厄介ですね。遠隔攻撃に注意して。物理攻撃がおすすめさ。強そうだよ。戦うの？そうですね。
These are endgame spells. An annoying task.
Yay! やったね。ナディアちゃん、やりましたね。
That'll probably be a few minutes before we get on with the main story anyways, so. Is this, and I think there's like... Is it, the side quest with Lashkar, which I think has us go into a dungeon. 100% certain. Ah, fun time. Alright. We're not gonna fight the trash mobs right now, because there is no benefit to me doing so. Alright, boss time.
型をつける。クロスナンバーズ勝機。いつでもいける。やるしかない。せいはっ任せたアニエス。
星の力よ貫いて。これにて解決だね。入金を確認したわ。
Doing jobs for this company. Van is associated with them because the weapon that he uses and the hollow core that he uses were both developed by the company that made Mayor Hengarten. But Marduk Company is shady as fuck. So generally doing anything associated with them is gray at best or considered chaos a lot of the time. It's a terminal.
よし行くか。
帰らなくちゃね。美味しいアイスはいかがですか？
I think there is a chest that I can get here now. Wasn't able to before. Yeah, okay. There we go. Another hacking minigame. These are tough because my D-pad is fucked up on my controller. Gotta be very careful with how I press the buttons. Oh. Oh. Was that it? Okay. That wasn't too bad. I got the good reward out of it in my NG, so I just get like a consolation prize this time, but I need to get them all because I'm pretty sure I missed the trophy for getting all the chests last time around. Gotta raise everybody's relationships to max. Oh, maybe I did get that one for... Hang on. Sort by. Not earned. Oh. Okay. Maybe I don't have to worry about chests then. I missed like one chest in my last playthrough, I think. Very frustrating. And then one of the things for raising relationships is going to movies. Now this 100 days is pretty interesting because it's Trails in the Sky, one of the big events that took place, and it has a lot of story relevance for Trails in the Sky, is the 100 Days War, and this movie is about the 100 Days War. Trio made their way to the theater. It is mid-July in 1192, 2 months into what will eventually become known as the 100 Days War. Under siege from the Imperial Army, which boasts overwhelming manpower, the Liberal Kingdom is on the brink of total occupation. Gransel and the Leiston Fortress are still holding strong, and soldiers all over the kingdom continue to push back against the Empire. However, the tides of war crash against them. The site of the battered Annenberg Wall surrounding the royal city stands in testament to that. With the wall's multitudes of wounded soldiers, empty cannons, and perforated ramparts, all signs point to its inevitable collapse. Among the remaining soldiers is Private First Class Rid, whose section of the wall is about to give way. Out of supplies and with no word of reinforcements, the soldiers succumb to despair as the Empire's tanks surround them. Then, amidst the hellish backdrop of war, Private Rid catches a glimpse of hope in a moment that would change the very course of history itself.
あの大軍相手にどうしろと。俺たちもこれまでか。父さん、母さん、最後まで親不孝でごめんな。今の攻撃は一体どこから？まさか上からか？
救援が遅れてすまない。ここからは我ら独立機動部隊が力になろう。さあ、勝利と栄光を、祖国の明日を共に勝ち取る時だ。
これより最終反攻作戦を発令する。今こそ王国軍魂を存分に震わせる時だ。恐れるな。我らの誇りを敵に見せつけよ。勝利は約束された。あとは猛進あるのみ。
回復した通信が伝える言葉と目の前の激変した戦場の情景により、私はようやく合点がいった。私たちが各所で泥にまみれながら防戦してきたのがこの時のための時間稼ぎであったということに。
極秘開発された軍用飛行艇による立体機動戦、前例のない試みだが勝算は十分にある。だが地上部隊の皆の協力も不可欠だ。国のため、家族のため、今一度力を貸してほしい。王国の後輩、この一戦にあり。
That guy talking on the right there, Cassius Bright.
兵士たちの消えかけていた闘志と愛国心を蘇らせるのに十分すぎるものだった。私自身歴史の転換点に立ち会っていながらそれを理解するより先に銃を手にかけていたのだ。
Cassius Bright is the father of the main characters of Trails in the Sky. And he was also the person behind Liberal being able to win a war against the much larger Erebonian Empire. The turning point was they developed airships, and they loaded those airships up with bombs, and the Erebonian Empire had tanks and stuff, but their tanks can't aim high enough to hit ships, so they just dropped bombs on the tanks and stuff, and eventually the Erebonian Empire had no choice but to sue for peace because they couldn't fight back against the airships. So 100 Days is a film about the 100 Days War that took place 17 years ago in Liberal. Honestly, I expected the film to be longer given the subject matter. For sure, they did a great job explaining it all in a way that was easy to follow. Ren told me a little bit about her adoptive father, but I never knew he was that amazing. So, I suppose I don't really know if that's what he was actually like. I think he's currently ranked Lieutenant General. We've never met him in person either. Of all the movies we could have picked, we chose an educational one. We're such great students. I think we deserve a reward for our good deeds. I'm gonna help myself to the boss man's tea cakes. You realize you're going to incur the wrath of Van again, right? Okay, good. So I did need points for Swin and Nadia. Van is also, besides being obsessed with baths, he's also obsessed with sweets. To the point where he could give like reviews of sweets like a fucking gourmet. And it's always like as soon as he has literally been bribed into doing jobs that he didn't want to take on because of sweets. It's quite amusing, his quirks. I am so we've got Trails Beyond the Horizon, which is a first of two parts to a story that ends the Calvard arc. I'm not sure when Trails Beyond the Horizon 2 is going to come out. Probably next year. But after that, there's going to be one final arc, story arc, that finishes off the story for the entire series. They just announced this the other day. They expect the final game will come out in 2032. And they have decided on the protagonist for the final arc. And I am really interested to see that a lot of people are assuming that it's going to be a character that we've met at some point. That hasn't been the case for any of their previous games. Like the obviously Trails in the Sky is your first entry, and then once you go into the Crossbell arc, you're meeting all of those characters that you're playing as for the first time. Same with the Erebonia arc, and same with the Calvard arc. They share some supporting characters, but like the main character has never been somebody that we already know. But there's the two main guesses that people have. Right now, I think one of them is just hope. People are hoping that Ren will be the main character of the final arc. I don't think that's going to be the case because they also mentioned specifically that they had determined the organization that this person belongs to. And the only major organization that we haven't had a character from that's been a main character is Ouroboros. So if we wind up playing somebody from Ouroboros, that'll be interesting. And if that's the case, that's where the speculation for the other possible main character is. There's a character that at the very end of the Erebonia arc, he's a villain, and after you defeat him, he joins Ouroboros, and people think he might wind up being the main character for the final arc, which would also be his redemption arc, if that's the case. But we'll see. There is a lot of characters that are like bad guys at first, and they wind up becoming playable characters later down the road and redeeming themselves in a lot of different ways. Some of those characters that were like absolutely detestable in the beginning, and they grow on you. They do a very good job of having character growth that makes them into likable people after they're done being villains. Lashkar, eh? Yeah, I figured you'd be on the case before long. Is this the case I think it is? I'm assuming the guild is working on it too? I knew Lashkar had connections at the guild, but this is way more help than I thought he'd get. Well, sorry to disappoint, but we're actually still waiting to hear back about him ourselves. We have someone hard at work on Lashkar's case right now, so we're leaving it up to him for the moment. Ooh, glad to hear the Edith branch is already on the job. Figures that Elaine's guild would be so on the ball. But who's this person you've got working on Lashkar's case? A young racer named Gray. Lashkar has been talking with him a lot since the beginning of the year. He started noticing some changes in the boy before anyone else, so he went and took the initiative to investigate. Is there any way you could share any of the info he collected with us? Well, I don't see why not. Working together would probably be more efficient anyway. The Arkride Solutions and the Bracer Guild are competitors in many ways. That's unfortunate. That some of the characters in that get redemption arcs in this series probably shouldn't, like, one of them literally started a world war. And he's the main character of the Trails, one of the main characters from Trails into Reverie. And I think he's got a major part in Trails Beyond the Horizon as well, so. I kind of didn't expect you to agree so quickly. The documentation we got from Van mentioned that we'd be unlikely to get much help from the guild. That kind of ticks me off, to be honest. Well, regardless, you'll find no objections from me. We really appreciate it. So, has Gray had anything to report? Well, as I'm sure you know by now, the boy's reverted to the way he was before, driven by anger and thoughts of vengeance. A particular concern is a fight he had with a delinquent several years older than him. Beat the man halfway to Sunday. He took on somebody older than him and won? Yep, and apparently the guy even told Gray that he was way stronger than any other kid he'd seen. Seemed like it wasn't just a matter of technique either. We believe he's using something to make himself more powerful than normal. Given the short time frame, I'd find it hard to believe that he's received any form of training either. I think the most likely cause is he's using some sort of drug. Yes, we came to the same conclusion. However, we still don't have any information on how he obtained these drugs or who he received them from. Naturally, the guild cannot afford to let this continue. We've told Gray to put everything he has into this case. Wow, this turned out to be a bigger issue than I thought it'd be. Yeah, we need to find Lashkar as soon as possible. By the way, Gray also mentioned the possibility that Lashkar has been having meetings with an unknown third party. Once we can identify that individual and their whereabouts, we'll head back out in another attempt to locate Lashkar. I actually have to deal with another job at the moment, but I plan to help with the search when I get some free time. Anyway, don't push yourselves too hard out there, okay? Yes, sir. Thank you for sharing what you could with us. We really appreciate it. This big dude here, his name is Zin. He's the the Bracer Guild has asked him to take rank that officially doesn't exist. Yeah, the Bracer Guild goes up to A rank, being their highest officially, but they have an unofficial S rank for people that have done particularly big things, and Zin is one of the people who helped with the crisis in Libero, which was like not just a national crisis, but it would have affected the entire world. Cassius Bright used to be an S-rank bracer before he left the guild to go back to the military. But there's only 4 S-rank bracers on the entire continent, not including Zin because he didn't accept But that's just to give you an idea of how powerful he is. That was certainly an interesting conversation, although I can't really say we have more information than what we started with. We should talk to some more people before we rush into a decision. One more place I gotta go.
行きましょう。
Zin the Immovable, the martial arts master of the Taito style.
少しいいか。
Oh, this is about Lashkar, isn't it? To be honest, I've been worried about him myself. The boy's been so torn up over his hatred of Almata recently. It's almost like he's gone back to his old self. Almata is a mafia that was like the main antagonists of the first Daybreak game, and they are also the ones who set off the nuclear explosion that wiped out Krail Village. But we killed almost every high-ranking member of Almata at the end of the game, so there's just about nobody left. You really think he's declined that much? I thought he'd finally started to recover. There must have been something that triggered his change in attitude. Do you have any idea of what that could be? Well, I imagine it had something to do with Nero. Nero? Was that a friend of his? No, it was the name of a cat that one of the little girls in Krail was taking care of. I assume he must have been lost in the explosion then. Most likely, yes. But regardless, Lashkar has been determined to find him ever since. That's what eventually led to him happening upon another cat that looked just like him. I'll never forget the look on his face when he said maybe Nero made it out alive after all. He couldn't be convinced otherwise. Now that I think about it, I feel like he has mentioned something about a cat before. But I've got a feeling the one he found wasn't actually Nero, huh? Unfortunately not. The pattern on his fur was strikingly similar, but it was a completely different cat. Once Lashkar came to realize that, his temper flared up again. So the reality he was trying to ignore came back to bite him in the end. Honestly, I can't help feeling that we failed the poor thing, failed to save him from his internal torment. If we're to have any hope of helping him this time, we'll need to treat this much more seriously than we did before. Nice to hear that the temple cares so much for Lashkar. I know he'll be in good hands once we find him. While we're still on the subject though, have you noticed anything else odd going on in relation to Lashkar? Yeah, I get the feeling the whole Nero thing isn't what pushed him over the edge. There's got to be something else we're missing. Actually, I did hear an interesting tidbit from a few of the parishioners recently. Apparently, Lashkar has been roaming around Riverside at night. From what I understand, he comes here even on days when he doesn't have Sunday school, but he's never seen going into any of the other businesses. I doubt he'd come out here just to goof off. The question is, where was he headed? I can't say for certain, but I've heard he's been spending time under the bridgeways along the river. Some rather unseemly types have been around those areas lately, which makes me all the more worried. Thank you again for all your help, Mother Kyra. The details you shared should definitely help us track him down. Of course, if it gets Lashkar home safe, I'm happy to help. O Arusha, may Lashkar be blessed by your grace, and may you grant Agnes and her friends your guidance and protection. Well, I believe we spoke to everyone familiar with Lashkar. I think we have a pretty good handle on what's going on now. So, in this world, there's there was, and probably still is, at some point, an actual goddess, the goddess of the sky. People from the east call her Arusha. The people from the west call her Aidos, or Eidos, and the church in this game, unlike so many Japanese RPGs and stuff, the church itself as a whole seems to not be corrupt and evil pieces of shit, which is very rare for a Japanese made game. They actually help people and stuff, but they do have two shady arms that run around and do stuff behind the scenes. One of them is the Growlsritter, and the Holy Congregation for the Sacraments, otherwise known as the Growlsritter. And then what was the other one? Anyway, I bring them up because the Growlsritter are actually two of the Growlsritter are people that I control. There's only 12 of them, and the other side of the church's shady arm has like 1,000 members. So, and those two groups, they don't get along. Me and Su-chan had a few ideas already, but you really helped us narrow them down, Ah-chan. You're just as quick on the uptake as Van said you were. You really think so? Anyway, let's go back over everything one more time so we can figure out our next steps. Well, I think we have enough info to piece together what Lashkar's been up to. Yes, however, we still don't fully understand what brought about the change in his mental state or why someone's attempting to take advantage of him. Well, at the very least, we know that he's been meeting up with an individual under the bridges. That's our best lead right now. That lady at the temple said he'd been wandering around Riverside, right? And hasn't there been a lot of dangerous activity lately by the underground maintenance tunnel? That's right. I have a feeling that's where Lashkar's been heading off to. Especially considering what the Bracer Guild told us about the possibility of drugs being involved. However, while we know Lashkar's been spotted in the area, nobody's actually seen him entering the underground maintenance tunnel. The area is incredibly inconspicuous though. I have a feeling we have the right place. Yeah, Riverside as a whole seems like a pretty convenient location for whoever Lashkar's dealer is too. Don't you think so, Ah-chan? Sounds like you're already one step ahead of me, Nadia. But you're right, Yazan mentioned there were people from the Central East with ties to the criminal underground after all. If that's who pushed Lashkar into this, it would explain the meeting place. The temple he goes to is here in Riverside, and there are more Central Easterners here than in other districts. Which means it'd be easier for them to blend in. That explains why they're so willing to do this stuff in public. At any rate, we should check out the underground maintenance tunnel and see if we could find any more leads. I'm with you all the way, Ah-chan. And if somebody is down there, I should be able to sense them no problem. Yeah, it can't hurt to do a little reconnaissance. Let's go take a look. This is the first game where I think it's the first game where racism has been at like a major story point, or sorry, not the first game, but the first arc. People from the Central East are discriminated against by a lot of people from Calvart, but the problem is, okay, so some overall story lore. So we have the Calvart Republic here. The Erebonian Empire is off to the left, Liberal Kingdom. Those are the two that went to war in the 100 Days War. In the middle here, there's Crossbell State, which 2 games take place in this tiny little area as well. Off to the east here. We haven't been anywhere off to the east in the series yet, but the east is slowly turning into desert, and that desertification is creeping towards the west. And so as that happens, people aren't able to live in the east anymore, and so there's a lot of refugees that have been moving into Calvard, and people that already live in the Calvard Republic, because of the cultural differences, and also because a lot of these people from the Central East are coming with nothing. People in the Calvard Republic, some people look down on them greatly as like leeches, and it's caused a lot of issues. There's a child's footprints here. They look fresh. Anything on your end, Nadia? I'm not really picking up anything, but looking at the map, this tunnel is pretty long, isn't it? It's hard to get a clear reading of the inside when we're all the way out here. Huh? Aren't you guys... Great. What are you doing here? So it is you, Agnes. And these must be the two substitute Spriggans filling in for Van. Hazel told me you guys would be helping out with Lashkar's case. I'm surprised that you already managed to sniff this place out. Seems Van trained you guys well. Actually, I think we just got lucky. Because the information everyone gave us was so helpful, all we had to do was narrow down his location. I was hoping we might be able to track down the person Lashkar's been meeting with as well. Huh? Wait a second. I thought you guys knew he was inside already. What? Did you follow him? Follow them here? Yeah, I managed to puzzle out when they'd be meeting so that I could tail one of them. It's been about 30 minutes since Lashkar first entered. I'd bet anything he's meeting with whoever his dealer is right now. My hope was to secure their meeting place, expose whoever's behind this, and get Lashkar back home. So you were using Lashkar as bait to pin down the ringleader? That's a little surprising, considering the kid's so fond of you, I mean. From a risk management perspective, I made the best decision I could. If all I did was put a stop to Lashkar meeting with the dealer, the larger issue wouldn't just disappear. Well, I guess that seems reasonable enough. Not the kind of thing I'd expect from a bracer, though. I understand where you're coming from, but for right now, are you willing to give us a hand? Of course. I don't have any problem working with you guys. I plan to make my move soon though. Once you're ready, let's start making our way in. Me and Su-chan are ready when you are, chan. This might take a while. I doubt we'll be able to come back out for supplies either. Just something you might want to take into account. Right. We will go. I'm ready. Let's get going. This might be the only chance we get to save Lashkar. Alright, let's head in. I had a feeling we wouldn't find anyone. Actually, I'm sensing someone further in. This tunnel has a pretty complicated layout though. I can't make out very much. And my Zypha's not detecting anything other than monsters in the vicinity. If we stop to look around right now, it'll just eat up time. Let's wait until we're further in. Yeah, there's no time to waste. What do you say we take the shortest route we can to the far end? I'm sure we can handle anything that comes up along the way. Good idea. Let's hurry. What are they planning to do by bringing him here? Bringing him in here anyway? Just what are they after? Why Lashkar? It just doesn't... Something wrong? Nope. I was just thinking about how you seem a little unusual for a bracer. You felt for Lashkar, listened to his troubles, and even now your main focus is on saving him. And it feels like you can really relate to the little guy, which would mean you've been through a lot yourself. I'm just trying to do what I can to help. I mean, he's counting on me, so I have to keep him from making the same mistakes I did. Nadia, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Just having a little chit-chat is all. We're coming. Nadia is a smart cookie. Nice work out there, kid. How you feeling? Your body getting used to it yet? Yeah, it feels good. I can get as angry as I want, I can hate as much as I want, and it fills me with power. I get stronger the more I think about them, the ones who murdered everyone in my village. Looks like he's taking to it even better than we expected. In that case, we should be able to up his dosage. You know, I wasn't expecting much from the rumors at first, but this kid's got some pretty serious rage built up inside. You got a real nose for talent, Commander Javit. Especially to find a kid like this among a bunch of peace-loving rubes like the ones here in Calvard. What makes you say that? It's pretty easy to spot talent in the Blacklight District, don't you think? At least easier than spotting it on the battlefield. Letting this kid fade into oblivion would have been the real tragedy if you ask me. If we raise him right, he'll make for a hell of a warrior. If I get stronger, I could do anything. Otherwise, I can't. I couldn't protect. Yes, think of that hatred as your fuel. Seems I was right to have high hopes for you. And it looks like our visitors have finally arrived. Or did you think we wouldn't notice? These guys must be part of that one Jaeger group from the Central East. The Scorpions of Zahat, I think it was. I'm surprised they noticed us. Guess the rank of the captain still means... Guess the rank of captain still means something even in C-tier Jaeger groups. True. Even if they did get knocked out of last year's death game in the first round. The group dispatched to Arasion was one of our least skilled units. He'd be wise not to conflate them with the best we have to offer. But that little mishap did force us to reflect on increasing the strength of our military prowess. Huh? What are you doing here? This is none of your concern. Lashkar, what have you done to him? You really have been giving him enhancement drugs. They seem different from the ones Almada were using, though. Don't get the wrong idea. He came to us with nowhere to go, seeking power and tormented by loneliness. All we did was give him the means to convert those feelings into the power he so desperately wanted. Enough! You really think you could get away with manipulating a child into taking narcotics? One moment. I muted myself and forgot to unmute. One moment, actually. Alright, sorry about that. I had something in my eye. Huh. I'm offended you'd put our herb on the same level as that poison Almada like to dole out. See, in our homeland, there aren't any laws that prohibit its use, so it hardly seems fit to judge by your standards, don't you think? And, you want to know something funny? It's not illegal in Calvard either. Is this really what you want, Lashkar? I thought you wanted to become a bracer so that you could protect Annie. What happened to that little boy? Is this what his idea of strength is? But back then, I couldn't protect anyone. I understand why you'd want to drown in your hatred. Maybe I understand better than anyone else. He lost a family member to Almada as well. But even if you were to accomplish what you hoped to with it, would you be able to take pride in your actions? He's right, you know. Getting that kind of power as a child has a way of haunting people for the rest of their life. I've seen a lot of kids broken because of it. I can't say it's something I'd recommend. Right, this isn't the type of power you want. It'll end up swallowing you whole. There's a strength beyond all the suffering you're feeling, but it's one you'll have to find for yourself. If that's all it took to throw him off, then maybe the kid really was a waste of time. It's not that simple. He's just feeling conflicted. If we could show him that the path we've laid out for him is one of true power, then he'll find his resolve. I guess that means we've got to prove we're right then. And yes, I'll look for an opening to try and pull Lashkar out of there. Can you three draw their fire until I can get to him? Understood. We'll do our best. Just be careful, okay? We were given a job, and we're not leaving here until we finish it. Lashkar's coming with us. We got some fantastic battle music in this game. You're all stronger than I thought. I suppose I underestimated you. You're right, we are strong. Even without Van, we're fully capable of putting a stop to your schemes. Captain, the kid's gone. What? Don't try to call foul now. A feint is a valid strategy in warfare. As Jaegers, I'm sure you know that all too well. Damn it, we failed. And after all the times I told you to keep an eye on your sixes. Nice job, Gray. You know, you're not half bad. Ever consider becoming an assassin? Now that Lashkar's safe, there's no need to stay here any longer. You think you could run from us? Pincer them on both flanks. Whoa, how considerate. You must be a real hit with the ladies. Not that I have eyes for anybody but Suchan, of course. Come on, let's get going. Pulls out a fucking gun. Lashkar, are you awake? Is the drug wearing off? No, I can't. Damn it. I don't think the drugs are affecting him anymore, but he still seems pretty unstable. That's why he wanted an easy solution, a way to run from it all. That's how they were able to reel him in. He just has to keep moving forward. He needs to face what's going on inside him, no matter how difficult that may be. I know he could do it. Even if he did hit a bit of a snag, he still... Look out! An ambush! We'll never be able to hold off this many of them. It'll take an act of the goddess to turn the tide in your favor this time. So, what's it gonna be? Fight and risk death? Or hand the boy over and leave with your head still attached? I don't think so. You messed with the wrong kid, Scorpions. You did a bang-up job on your own, Grey. Now let us handle the rest. You guys. Sorry we're late. It took us a little to put together what was going on. Zin and Elaine had other business, but I figured we could spare the rest of the crew. Can't believe the Scorpions as a hat were behind all this. I'm sure you filled his head with all kinds of crap trying to turn him into one of your child soldiers. I didn't think the guild would come out in full force. What do we do, Captain? We withdraw. It's too bad about the boy, but we have little choice. Really? Didn't you hear me? I said withdraw. It's time to cut our losses. Can't afford to waste resources right now. Tamam. I guess that's like affirmative. Damn, would have preferred to capture them, but they're fast little suckers. Oh, Lashkar, I'm so sorry I didn't realize what was happening. Kinda. Damn it. Damn it all. Lashkar, do you think you've managed to calm down a little? Calm down? What do you mean calm down? Me pretending to be calm was what led to all of this. None of the adults understand. They all just think I'm sad or holding a grudge. But while I was just sitting around, all those Almada bastards were killed off. So why do I still feel so empty inside? Please, somebody tell me why. I get it now. You weren't after revenge. You had all these feelings of anger and sorrow, and once it was over, everyone wanted to go right back to normal. Once I found out Nero was gone too, I just couldn't take it anymore. Thought if I could just run away from it all. So when those guys from Zahat started telling me their drugs could help me escape what I was feeling, and that I'd never lose anything ever again if I just got stronger, Lashkar, I know exactly what you're feeling. Being powerless, it's... No, you don't! Grown-ups don't understand anything. Hey, we understand a lot better than you think. I told you before, didn't I? We're the same. I lost my family to Amada too. All I could think about was revenge. But I found my way back. That's why I'm here now. You lost your family? Kind of figured it was something like that. So he's finally come to terms with it. Well, good for you. That's why I have to... You really think those people were your best chance? You want to be strong, right? But if it's true strength you're after, there's a better path for that. A path where, no matter what style you choose, it'll be a strength you earned. A strength that's yours and yours alone. That's why that shortcut they promised can't hold a candle to what you could do on your own. Even if it'll be a struggle to get there, you have plenty of time to find your way. You just have to be a bit patient while you look for it. That's how it was for me and Suchan too. Great. I'm sure you'll find something that'll guide you in the right direction. And once you do, you'll make everyone in Krail Village proud, Annie included. Oh right, I almost forgot. Gray handed Lashkar a handmade charm with the Bracer Guild's emblem on it. This is the charm that Annie made for me? At first, I thought maybe you'd just forgotten about it, but now I realize this is what you were running from all along. Because if you didn't, you might remember the person you were, the real you. If your heart still aches at the sight of it, that's a sign that you haven't given up yet. It's not too late, Lashkar. We can move forward, together. Why? Once Lashkar had settled down, the group decided that bringing him back to the guild would be the best option. Due to Lahad's familiarity with the drug that was used, he was able to treat Lashkar's symptoms quickly and efficiently. Thankfully, the substance had only been administered a handful of times. Lashkar was expected to make a full recovery. Both Zin and Elaine were concerned for the boy and rushed back to the guild upon hearing news of his situation. So, that's what happened, huh? Well, it looks like Gray ended up being the right man for the job after all. Glad you were able to rescue the kid before it was too late. I must commend the rest of you for coming to his aid as well. Your arrival seems to have played a pivotal role. And of course, Agnes, Swin, Nadia, thank you again for all your support. Of course, we would never turn a blind eye to Lashkar, or any resident of Krail Village for that matter. Furthermore, it's our duty to help others in Vanstead. Honestly though, we wouldn't have made it very far without a certain bracer in training laying the groundwork for us. I just did what anyone else would do. Besides, I'm the one that... Personally, Lahad was the one who impressed me the most. How do you learn to detox someone like that? Never really thought of you as a brainy type. What, you thought I was just some meathead? See, in the Central East, it's not uncommon to run into people using drugs and herbs like that. When I was stationed at the guild there, they did a pretty good job of drilling us on all the basic treatment methods. That being said, we've only treated his symptoms. He'll need to be examined later by an actual doctor. Won't going to a doctor give him a record for doing drugs, though? Yeah, I could see that being an issue for any background checks in the future. For most people, it's a good opportunity for rehabilitation, but for Lashkar, it'll just make it harder for him to get back on the straight and narrow. That's true. We'll need to remember to keep his future in mind when making any further decisions. Isabel is an underground doctor from the Blacklight District. You think we should let Isabel treat him in secret? That way his record will be kept clear. The doctor from the Blacklight District? I've heard she does good work, but... What? You must be joking! How could we trust him to some back alley doctor? Take it easy, Alvis. In spite of where she's from, I can at least vouch that she's a fairly competent doctor. Still, you must have a pretty good reason if you're willing to suggest something like that to us. I do. I want Lashkar to face up to his mistakes. As we mentioned, taking him to a normal hospital will result in him having a permanent mark on his record. But it won't actually affect him until he gets older. I worry that he won't learn his lesson. Oh, I get it. You think having him treated in the Blacklight District will act as a kind of wake-up call? A trial by fire, huh? That's surprising coming from you, Agnes. You might be right, though. Could be exactly what he needs at the moment. Not you too, Lahad. Elaine, say something to them. Surely you don't think this is a good idea. Well, it's certainly not ideal, but she makes a good point. And as long as we have some safeguards in place, yes, it might be worth looking into. The guild will handle any negotiations with Isabel. We'll raise the money for treatment too. Oh yeah, she charges exorbitant amounts of money. However, that does mean we'll be the ones setting all the terms as well. We'll move forward with it as long as nobody has any objections. What do you say, little lady? Yes, that sounds fine to me. I just want to help Lashkar get back to living a normal life again. Understood. Let's go ahead and talk this over with Hazel. We'll get the ball rolling on everything. Well, alright. I guess I'm willing to compromise. Thank you all for being so understanding. I suppose now the only thing left is to deal with Lashkar's emotional state. He's been drowning in his pain for so long, I think getting him to work through it all is going to be pretty difficult. Still, I have a feeling he'll be alright in the end. Yeah, me too. He'll be fine as long as he's got people like Gray to sympathize with him. I think you might be overestimating what I'm capable of. I mean, it's not like I'm a therapist. Levy Arnold, a B-rank bracer stationed at the head branch in Le Mans, She was tasked with working undercover to gather intel. Oh, this is where we find out about Gray's past. I thought it came up in the last game. A lot of her information was obtained by spying on Amara. Unfortunately, she was killed in the line of duty. She was your older sister, wasn't she, Gray? So that's what he meant. We know you lied about your nationality and work history to get into the guild. And we know the reason why you were trying so desperately to enter the Republic. In fact, we've known for a while now. You wanted revenge. That's what all that training was for, and all that digging through confidential info. So that's why he understands how Lashkar feels. You knew the whole time? Then why would you let me stay? I took advantage of my position to do so many horrible things, so why? Well, let's just say we spent a lot of time observing your behavior. I'm sure you've realized it for yourself by now, but that grudge isn't the only thing that's been motivating you. That's right, you continue to display a strong sense of both conscience and duty. Your actions don't lie. Kinda, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what Lashkar's been going through. I just want to thank you all for giving us another chance. Of course, this isn't something you should have to shoulder on your own. It takes a village, right? I've heard you've been keeping an eye on Lashkar for a while now. They told me you leapt into action as soon as you found him. Words can't express how grateful I am. Hear that, Gray? You've done a lot for the people of Edith. So let me ask you this. Where do you want to go from here? Do you even need to ask? I want to keep moving forward. And I want to keep protecting this city. Well, if that's what you really want, then you better be prepared to work your ass off. Feel like maybe I said something I shouldn't have. Everything's alright, yeah? You're fine, kinda. Actually, you just did Gray here a pretty big favor. Glad we were here to help. Those two are going to be just fine. Yeah, they'll get back on their feet in no time. But it probably wouldn't hurt to check in on them every now and then. Yeah, I want to make sure their problems end with us. Solving problems isn't exactly what I'm known for, but it feels pretty good knowing we help save a kid's future. Alright. So that Isabel person, she treats Jaegers and stuff, because she's down in the Blacklight District. And, like, they've got a fighting ring down there and stuff, and if somebody comes to her with an injury, she completely fleeces them for like 1,000,000 mira. But they can't go to a normal doctor with like a gunshot wound or something, because they'll wind up in jail. So they've got no choice but to pay her. And she's her terms are this: either you pay me, or I get to use you for experimental treatments, and I'll do it for free then. All right. Time to continue the main story. Choosing to sort through the paperwork in the office will cause the main story to advance. Phew, I'm pooped. I feel like I was running around all day. Yeah, I'm sure all those naps really did a number on you. Speaking of resting, doesn't your dorm have a curfew? It's getting pretty late, so why don't you let us help you with the paperwork? Yeah, 3 sets of hands are better than 1 after all. Oh, thank you. That would be a huge help. And so, the exchange students' erratic first day of their new school life drew to a close. That's the daughter of the owner of the building. After capping the evening off with a meal at Montmartre, Agnes made her way back to the dorm. She attempted to get in contact with Van, but to no avail. In lieu of a one-on-one chat, she opted to inform him of all that transpired via orb mail. March 6th. The next morning, 7:15 a.m.
遅いな2人とも。今日は早めに待ち合わせって言っていたのに。遅刻遅刻。もっと。ってスーちゃん、予定と違う。
アニエスを待たせてるんだ。遊んでないで行くぞ。
ブーブー、スーちゃんノリ悪い。まさかわざわざパンまで用意して。
You nailed it, Agnes. Sorry, Agnes. I, at least, didn't mean to hold you up. I didn't either, but I just had to try that out at least once. Careening into another person with toast in your mouth is hard, turns out, but I'll nail the timing next time. Well, good luck with that? Anyway, let's walk and talk. I've got some info from Van that I'd like to share with you. Oh, right, you mentioned he got back to you late last night. Yeah, it sounds like things took a rough turn for him. We should go over it before class for sure. Huh? What's wrong? Something happening over there? Can't say for sure, but I definitely feel on edge. You gotta be kidding me. That doesn't make any sense. Believe me, I know. I was a little far away, but I know what I saw. We have to report this. But even if we do, what then? What are they talking about? Something's going on over in the courtyard. Let's get over there pronto. Huh? What's going on?
So, 我々は憂いているのだ。この国の未来を、カルバード人の誇りを。諸君には見えないか。移民という存在によって徐々に。そう、徐々に。我々は奪われ続けている。この共和国の未来を担う若者たちよ、果たしてこのままでいいのか。
そんな、あれは反移民主義のシニョン。他の移民系の生徒たちも。登校してきた生徒を順に捕らえて人質にしたんだろうね。通報されることも前提っぽい。これは厄介かも。敵は8人。どうしよう、スーちゃん。
とにかく人質が多すぎる。助けるには一旦気をそらさないと。や
めて。殺さないで。
おとなしくしていろ。
今は従うしかないか。
はい、迂闊に動いたら。
勘違いしないでほしい。我々は危害を加えたいわけではない。ただ真剣に考えてほしいのだ。真剣という意味、分かってくれるかな。
シニョン、どうすりゃいいんだ。やはりすぐに警察に。
しかしそれではますます人質の生徒たちが、なんとか我々が身代わりに。
わかりました。では私が。
マチルダ先生。いえ、ですがそう簡単に交換に応じてくれるか。
皆さんは動かないでください。トワ先生。
いらしたのですね、トワ先生。
おおよその事情は把握しました。ここはどうか私に任せてください。トワちゃん先生、もしかして。
Hoa-chan sensei.
大丈夫。彼らの目的は暴力ではありません。だったら交渉の余地はあるはずです。その主張内容、反移民活動団体真なる有志団とお見受けします。
いかにもそうだが。
皆さんの主張について私は論じる立場にはありません。ただもし移民問題を正面から論じたい、多くの人に主張を届けたいと願うなら、この場は私に委ね武器を収めていただけませんか。
ほう、我々と交渉しようというのかね。
ええ、その通りです。私はトワ・ハーシェル、教師をする傍らで NGO 国際協力機構に所属し、あらゆる主張をフェアに精査し掲載する機関紙ゼムリア・オピニオンへの推薦権を持っています。もし皆さんが望むのであれば、その主張を掲載することも可能でしょう。
ICO ゼムリアオピニオンだと。おいおい、聞いたことはあるが。
あの国際的にも権威のある雑誌か。各国政府も無視できない存在だそうだが。
この場でいたずらに力を振りかざすよりも共和国の未来につながる議論ができる。それこそ皆さんが真に望むことなのではありませんか。
要は主張の場を設けるから生徒たちを解放しろということか。悪くない条件だ。だが解放できるのはせいぜい半分だな。
それは皆さんが安全に撤退するための保証が欲しいということですね。
何か問題があるかね。
いいえ、であればその保証は私が引き受けます。名前でお分かりかもしれませんが、一応東方系の血を引いていまして、資格は十分にあるのでは。
そう来るとはな。いいだろう。その言葉が真実だと確かめられるまでは条件付きだが、まずは半数を解放しよう。その後は状況に合わせて段階的に応じることとする。
リーダー、いいんですか。
もとより今日は我々の理想を知らしめるのが目的だ。より万人を相手にできるのであればそれに越したことはあるまい。
すげえ、これが交渉術ってやつか。
よかった、これなら。いけない。
おい、何勝手をやっている。
くそー
やむを得ん。
アニエスちゃん、ごめんね。
But Toa was like a super major side character in the previous arc. 5 games of Trails Through Cold Steel, Trails into Reverie. So the people that she mentioned were main characters from, or major characters from those games. It's just a time.
昨日の夜、そっか、きっとここまで巻き戻って。あーちゃん、大丈夫？はい。ちょっと混乱しただけですから。スウィン君、ナーディアちゃん、お願いがあります。もう一度、私に力を貸してくれませんか？
ああ、言われるまでもないさ。あんな連中が現れるとなると俺たちも安心できないしな。
このまま放ってはおけないよね。報酬は首都のスイーツ名店巡りかな。友達のみんなも一緒にね。はい。
だがどうする？手がかりといってもおぼろげな記憶しかないが。
いろいろと調べる必要はあるよね。とりあえず学校の方に行ってみよっか。あいつら夜のうちに侵入したっぽいし。そうですね。夜間は警備員さんがいるはずですけど、確認する意味でも向かってみましょうか。
わかった。念のため装備も整えておこ
All right. So now we've got to prevent that event from taking place. I think we'll be able to get to the climax of this today. Dave, just in case. Did you see what happened at the end there? Getting shot. Looks like the police have already left. Since they just got done canvassing the place, it's no surprise that everything seems normal for the moment. Just because it seems normal doesn't mean it is, though. We should take a look-see, just in case. Right. Hey, what are you kids doing here? Oh, you're with the student council, aren't you? Don't tell me you've got work at this late an hour. Yes, I do, actually. See, we've been caught up with the festival prep, so I'm behind on my council paperwork. Would it be alright if we came in, just for a little while? Ah, what the hey. I'll let you in, but don't stay too late, alright? Okie dokie. I'm surprised he let us through. I was sure we'd have to sneak in. Same here, but I'm not complaining about the outcome. Alrighty, now let's give this place a once-over. Look out, terrorists. The Aramis Expedition Squad's gonna bust you up. Three of them searched the school from top to bottom, but the terrorists were nowhere to be found. So they decided to hide in a secluded spot that provided a good view of the campus grounds. Then, after a while... Sorry to bother you. I know it's pretty darn late. I've got a supply delivery here. I was told the students need this first thing tomorrow morning. Oh, really? Well, that's fine with me, but I'll need to lock the back gate pretty soon. Just give me a holler when you're done, alright? Got it. I'll get this job done lickety-split. Why would a delivery man be here at this hour? This has suspicious written all over it. I bet that truck is housing a bunch of mangy terrorist mutts too. Probably, but there's something else going on here. Uh-oh. They're all using different routes to get in. And if we let any of them get away, there's a good chance the others will retaliate. Oh no, what should we do? Guess we'll just have to round them up. Wait a second. What's that guy doing? Troa here, beginning reconnaissance. Please wait until I've identified a secluded place for everyone on the team. Over and out. Aha! I just had an idea. We could use him to lure the other terrorists out. I was just thinking the exact same thing. Great minds think alike. Okay, let's tail this guy. The moment he drops his guard, we'll jump him. Personally, I think jumping him in the parking lot here would be the safest thing to do, but what do I know? Oh. I thought I would be able to hide here, but apparently not. Okay. In order for that to go down, I have to... There we go. Really?
久しぶりになあちゃんたちの本領発揮だね。途中で見つかったりしないでしょうか。
向こうも警戒してるようだが、所詮はセミプロ。慎重に行けば大丈夫だ。
This also has they could use these shards to somewhat conceal themselves. So unless you look closely, you won't notice somebody who's using them like this. As long as they're not moving. That's why she's like somewhat transparent right now.
こちらトロは中には問題ない。引き続き校舎の中を偵察する。
Ah, shit.
以上。
校舎の中に入りました。
距離を意識しながら、俺たちも入るぞ。
I didn't think he was going to turn around at that point. I forgot how long this one was. I didn't realize that the bar could go all the way up and you wouldn't get caught immediately.
「こちらトロは校舎の中も人の気配はない。念のため最後まで確認する。以上。
油断してきたね。 そろそろ仕掛け時でしょうか。
あ、3階で仕掛けるぞ。
That was close. Oh, we're done.
3回もこれで終わりか。校内の構造は把握できたようだ。うまく潜伏すれば制圧はたやすいだろうな。早く報告して。
声真似アプリ起動。
She's got all kinds of shady shit on her phone.
こちらトロは校内の把握が完了した。いい潜伏箇所が見つかった。校舎のエントランスに全員集まってくれないか。
了解、すぐに向かう。現場の安全確保を頼む。
ああ、任せておけ。よし、これで。
あいつら全員集まってくるはず。ありがとうございます、2人とも。絶対に止めてみせましょう。
ああ。
内部はトロワの報告通りか。これならば問題なく。これは
そのお兄さん、お腹が痛くなっちゃったみたいでさ。
洗いざらい吐いてもらったんだ。いい薬を使ってな。
本当は嘘なんですけど、お二人が言うとそれっぽいというか。ともかく真なる有志団の皆さん、学校の占拠計画、ここで諦めてもらいます。
こいつらここの学生だが計画のことまで。
やれやれ、はったりだろう。トロワの報告を立ち聞きして状況を察し正義感に駆られたというところか。移民系でもない若者を傷つけるのは本意ではないが、やむを得ん。朝まで拘束させてもらうぞ。
Oh, by the way, something important about Agnes that I've neglected to mention. She is the daughter of the president of Calvard.
我らが大義のために。
向かってくるなら好都合、一人も逃さないよ。
行くぞナーディア、アニエスも。
はい。
我らが大義のために。
移民は排斥せよ。
行くぞ。
So fast. Multiple turns in a row.
ブーストのチャンスだよ。ナイアちゃん、ほらほらほら。ごめんね。
Get wrecked, boys. It's not possible. How are you kids so strong? People are the epitome of cowardice. You use fear to manipulate those weaker than you, force your one-sided opinions on them. Once you're behind bars, you have to rethink your lives and your values. Yeah, you tell them, Ah-chan, even though they're all unconscious and totally can't hear you. Well, at least we've taken them out. Right. All's well that ends well. Huh? Something wrong, Ah-chan? No, it's just... Weren't there supposed to be 8 of them? Huh? Now that you mention it, you're right. But I'm pretty sure this is everyone that entered the building. Yeah, I'm positive of that. Maybe someone else in their group was instructed to join up with them later. Maybe onto something there. That said, I don't understand why they'd need someone to join afterwards. Well, I doubt whoever's left will be able to do anything on their own, so I think we can safely put this to bed. More importantly, what are we going to do with these guys? Normally, I'd suggest handing them over to the cops, but contacting them would blow our cover. Don't worry, I know just who to call in times like this. Like these. She sure does. Oh, do you mean? Yes, I didn't want to have to resort to that, but we don't have much choice. I'm sorry to call you so late. I just felt like you were the only ones I could turn to given the circumstances.
大切なものを守るためにかしら。まあいいでしょう。この件に関しては我々の管轄でもあるし。
Wait, so you already had this group on your radar? They're an anti-immigration faction called the True Grievance Brigade. They committed numerous acts of terrorism in the past, so the CID, Central Intelligence Division, has had them marked for some time. They've mostly been dormant of late due to Kalvar's economic prosperity and the frequent changes in leadership spurred from infighting. We'll need to look into why they become active again and why they targeted Aramis in particular. I thought that second one was self-explanatory. What better way to get people's attention than attack the prestigious Aramis? They wanted everyone to know they were back in business. Warrant Officer Cody McMillan.
お前たちもこの国であまり滅多な真似はしないことだ。
He knows where they come from.
あくまで黙認されている立場に過ぎないことをわきまえておけよ。
Whatever you say, Blondie, I'll keep my trap shut like a good, obedient little girl. After all, if I started firing off questions like, why are you warning me and Su-chan but not Ah-chan, you'd turn into a stammering mess. That's not... Drop it, Cody. And I'll ask you to do the same, young lady. Anyway, the CID will handle everything from here. We'll leave your names out of our report to the school. I'll also go to bat with our superiors about you reaching out to us. Thank you. We appreciate you doing that for us. After what happened earlier today, there's a good argument to be made for increasing the security detail here. Well, we'd better be on our way. We'll be sure to investigate the matter before the Student Council President gets back. Phew, glad that's over and done with. Me too. Though there are still a few things we need to take care of. What you thinking, Ah-chan? Oh, nothing really. There's just something that's been bothering me. Let me guess. You're still bothered that we never found the 8th member of their group? Yes, and also, when we were in the courtyard, they looked like they were somewhat removed from the rest of the group. He must have been the one that fired the first shot and sent Tiny Teach's negotiations up in smoke in the process. There's also Ronald's testimony to consider.
聞いてないぞ。僕はただぼや騒ぎが起こせるブツをって。
Two back-to-back incidents occurring at the school is definitely eyebrow-raising. Feels like something fishy is going on here, but it's still possible this is all one big coincidence. Right, we can't rule that out. Anyway, let's put a pin in this. For now, we should be content that we put a stop to their plans. Thank you for lending me a hand, and for sticking by my side, despite me not being entirely forthcoming about a few things. No need to thank us for that. You have your secrets, and we have ours. We get it. But he said, still, I do have one teensy little complaint. I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed. I suppose it is rather late. Perhaps we should turn in for the night. Good idea. Fatigued from the long night, Agnes, Swin, and Nadia returned to their respective dwelling places. The day was long and hard-fought, but despite everything, they managed to quell 2 disasters and save many lives in the process. Though trepidation still lingered in their hearts, they all eventually drifted off to a peaceful slumber.
Ma, こんなものだろう。ランクアップだな。
報酬ゲット。
March 6th. The next morning, again. Oh, thank goodness. Everyone appears to be calm this morning. Yep, the terrorists are behind bars, so there's nothing to freak out about. We didn't find the last member, but like we concluded last night, I doubt he'd be able to do much on his own. Still, just to be sure.
おはよう、アニエスちゃん、スイン君にナディアちゃんも。まだだいぶ早いけど、この時間から登校なんて感心だね。
Oh, Miss Toa. Yes, we had a few things we needed to take care of before class. I'm so relieved. I feel much better now after seeing her here. Yep, her smiling face is like an oasis in a desert. Huh? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following you. By the way, I got a call about what happened last night. Great job, you three. Oh, so you knew? School was informed of a takeover attempt last night, but they didn't mention that students played a hand in stopping it. Things could have gotten really ugly if you hadn't stepped in. So I just wanted to come and thank you for keeping everyone safe. You're very welcome. I guess we did a pretty okay-ish job. Definitely wasn't easy though, I could say that much. Of course, as your teacher, I can't condone you putting yourselves in harm's way. Also, the situation isn't fully resolved yet by the sounds of it, so just be careful, okay? Oh, and no napping in class, got it? I wonder who that was for. You think she knows about everything that happened? Definitely seems that way. Maybe her NGO contacts are keeping her in the loop. Or maybe she just looked into it herself. Either way, it's nice to know we have someone like her in our corner. So, what's next? Everything seems pretty normal around here. True, but I'd like to be absolutely sure that that's the case. Would you mind taking a look around the school with me? Sure thing. We still have some time before homeroom starts. Agnes, Nadia, and Swin split up and searched the academy. However, there was no sign of the terrorists from the previous night. In fact, the entire campus was brimming with excitement for the school festival as students poured into their classes.
ああ、もう予令が鳴っちまったか。
また昼休みにでもって学芸祭の打ち合わせもあるんだっけ。 何気ない光景ですけど、なんだかホッとします。
CID も近隣を警戒しているらしい。俺たちとしては若干落ち着かないが、昨日みたいな事件は起きようがないだろうな。
これなら安心かな。ズバリなあちゃんたちの勝利だね。ナーディアちゃんったら。でも本当にこれで。ちゃん、なんで倒れてるの？スーちゃん、起きてよ。スーちゃん！この出血量だと心臓まで。スウィン君、しっかりしてください。今人を呼んで。
ようやく隙を見せたな、3と9。
ダメ、今は私が守らないと。やらせません、絶対に。絶対に諦めるわけには。パンさん、伏せなさい、アニエス。
レンブレイト。
レン先輩。ハロー、アニエス。よく耐えたわね。おかげで間に合ったわ。それにしても急いで戻ってきて正解だったみたいね。嫌な予感はあったけど、ここまでの相手とは思わなかったわ。
ああ、この必要かつ徹底的な手口、嫌というほど覚えがある。そうだろ、ナディア。
スーちゃん、どうして。それは防塵ベストですか？
ああ、偽装用の特殊なやつだ。血のりもフェイク。昨夜のうちにそこの生徒会長にも相談してな。
何度も出し抜かれてるそうだし、彼と連携して保険をかけておくことにしたってわけ。ここまでうまくいくとは私にも予想外だったけど。バカバカバカ、スーちゃんのバカ。本当に死んじゃうかと思ったじゃない。
痛いっての。騙して悪かったよ。けどおかげでお前を守れた。もう一度組織の手からな。
組織ってまさか。なあちゃんたちにも悟らせない完璧な気配の消し方。命の脈動すら感じさせない、ただ命令に忠実なだけの暗殺人形。そうだね、スーちゃんの言う通りだよ。こいつらはガーデンの残党で間違いない。でも確か壊滅したって。実際に捕まったメンバーは少数。4人の管理人がいなくなった後も何らかの形で存続している可能性があるわね。そんな。いえ、でもそうだとしたら全ての辻褄が。ロナール先輩の爆弾も、あの様子のおかしいテロリストも。
ようやく隙を見せたな、3と9。
殺す殺す殺す殺す。スーちゃんに手を出した奴らは全員。
おいナーディア、少し落ち着け。
今すぐ行こうスーちゃん。きっとこいつらまだいるから。元からそのつもりだったけど、私も同行した方が良さそうね。レン先輩、それにこれって。
気絶してるというか、よく見たらうちの生徒じゃなさそうだぞ。
それどころかこれは。ええ、人ですらなさそうね。人形？何こいつら、シミュラクラじゃなさそうだけど。
ああ、あれは人間と区別がつかないレベルだったが、こいつらはかなり劣る作るみたいだな。
この構造は別系統の人形技術だろうね。レンちゃんなら心当たりがありそうだけど。そうね、確かにこれは結社で以前使われていた動力人形と近い代物でしょう。
She would know because she was a member of the society for a long time.
素材を含めてそれなりに改良が施されているようだけど。
いや、もうついていけないんだが。
She was called the Angel of Slaughter.
というかトワ先生、なんでそこまで詳しいんですか？やっぱり裏の事情にも。それに先輩とも連携していたんですね。ええ、さすがに一人じゃ手が回らなかったから助かったわ、トワ先生。もう授業は始まっているけど、後のことも頼めるかしら。一連の事件はきっと大きな流れの中で起きているはず。黒幕はみんなが思っている以上に危険な存在かもしれない。この人形と学校側のことは任せておいて。みんなどうか気をつけてね。はい。
行くぞナーディア。
オデット、アルベール君はトワ先生のサポートを。わかりました。
みんな無茶だけはしないでくれよ。
I'm not even sure where to start with our investigation. Security around the school is especially tight right now. The CID is keeping close watch of the campus grounds. In spite of that, I think we can safely assume our guests found a way through their security net. Can we assume that? That seems kind of unlikely. Yeah, we've circled the whole campus a bunch of times now, and we couldn't find so much as a crack in their coverage. Something that's been bothering me. From the outset, there was one person who saw all of this coming in advance. Oh yeah, see. How could I have forgotten? They're the one who told us to investigate Aramis. Hold on. I just had a thought. This whole time, we've been thinking he meant the school itself, but maybe... I see where you're going with this. You think Aramis might be referring to something else, right? Exactly. Let's have another look around. We may be able to find a different kind of Aramis within the school grounds.
ここまでの事態、生徒会長としても見過ごせないわ。はい、レン先輩、本当によく戻ってきてくれました。なあちゃんも絶対許さない。黒幕を引きずり出してやる。
危険な相手なのは間違いない。先走るなよナーディア。
This is going to bring us to the climax of this chapter. Statue of Aramis. Well, I suppose that fits the bill. Yes, this could be it. Let's check the back. Maybe there's a hidden switch or something. Guess not. Students clean the statue fairly regularly, so if there is a switch here, it's probably well hidden. That reminds me. I heard a strange story about this statue once. A long time ago, a student stumbled across something while they were cleaning it. Apparently, they discovered the cane could be rotated. Well, can't hurt to try. Let's give it a twirl. Nadia twisted the statue's cane to the right. Did you hear that? Yes, the sound was faint, but I think it came from the courtyard. Oh, that's right. There's another statue over by the courtyard. That seems to be the case, yes. Why don't we go take a look at the other statue? Sounds good to me.
了解です。
Ren is a very cool character. I imagine the mechanism is on a timer, so we should move this as soon as we can. Look, those are scrape marks. We might be able to move this thing. And let's give it a try. Right. Oh ho, a secret tunnel. I never knew this was here. You learn something new every day. This has likely been here for a very long time. This bronze statue is nearly 100 years old, after all. Ren. Get back! Oh great, more of them. Must have figured there was no point in hiding now that we found their point of entry. It's quite a large number of them. We're at a disadvantage here.
ならば手を貸そうか。
It's that guy from the CID. Mr. Kincaid. I appreciate the assistance, although I don't recall ever calling for a pest control service. I'm guessing you heard your alma mater was under siege and then came rushing to defend it.
ただの危機管理の一環だ。さすがに庭園の残党もどきが学校地下に潜伏している事態は見過ごせないからな。
Makes sense to me. I have a sneaking suspicion there's more to it than that, but either way, we're glad you're here. Yes, thank you for saving us. I know this is probably asking too much, but I'd like to request a favor of you. Could you come with us into the tunnel?
本来なら我々に任せるべきところだろうが。いずれも庭園にゆかりのあるもの。参考人として連れて行く価値はあるが。ただし、一般人である以上、私の指揮下に入ってもらおう。
That's perfectly reasonable. Thank you, Mr. Kincaid. Oh, drop the pretense and just say you want to help. You're not fooling anyone. I don't really like the idea of working under specs, but I won't raise a fuss about it. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
では、地下の攻略を開始する。おのおの、気を引き締めてついてくるがいい。
Understood. Let's get this done quick. Kincaid joined the party. Alright. This is why it's such a long scroll. Constant saves. And you can only make 100.
どうやら中世の遺跡のようだな。となると。
学校が建てられる前から存在したわけね。この分だともう一つの推測も当たりかしら。先輩進めばわかると思うわ、この場所の正体が。
悪くない宝箱だな。容赦はしない。
これがなあちゃんの実力な
Look at that massive scythe she uses. I guess he specializes in arts attacks.
このまま押すぞ。
one of the fastest casters in the game with the equipment that I have on her. Definitely somebody you want to have on your side, not against you. You'll find out what that thing is when I play through the Trails in the Sky 2 remake. That attack has a chance to cause death blow. As if she wasn't strong enough already.
バラバラにするよ。
やはり少々違和感が。なぜこんな代物を運用している？
このまま押すぞ。
いや、行くよレンちゃん。まあこのくらいは当然かしら。レンちゃんやる。
What's this place? The Aramis Expedition Squad's next big find, maybe? Almost feels like a secret base. There are signs that people lived here at some point. Though not recently. I'd estimate that it was abandoned several decades ago at minimum. Several decades, huh? Hasn't even been a full century since Aramis was built. You think this was here even before then? 100 years prior to now would put us at just before the revolution helmed by Sheena Dirk. In those days, she and her supporters were subjected to brutal suppression by the monarchy. The story goes that they had a base of operations in Egypt that sheltered them from prosecution. But to this day, it has yet to be discovered. Are you saying we're standing in it right now? So they were using ruins from the Middle Ages as a hideout. Aramis the artist was supposedly working with Sheena at the time. It's easy to picture him establishing a school atop a place of such personal significance. That means we're setting foot in an archaeological site that's been hidden for who knows how long. Boy, this expedition just got a whole lot more expeditionary. Bear in mind, this is only an unsubstantiated theory. Even then, it's a little overwhelming. In a way, for us Aramis students, this is where everything traces back to. I could spend ages studying it more in depth if we had the time. But for now, we should focus on the foe that lies within. To up there.
特定のアーツが有効です。この手がグリブリポーチャンス。続けマギャいくよ。1、2の3。お願いスーちゃん。追撃よ。
任せたアニエス。
行きなさいアニエス。テラスフレアデスレイ。
That thing is strong to be able to survive all that punishment from
いい感じ
the
で
at level 93.
ロケットだねアニエス。良さそうな宝箱です。決めるわよ。
Oh, I had 0 arts and I didn't even
行きな
notice.
さいアニエス。星の力よ貫いて。チャンス。ナイアちゃん。それそれそれ。ワンダフルステッチ。イエーイやったね。
よくやったナディア。
So, when you kill an enemy, Sepith drops from them, and Sepith is used for getting currency and also for creating the quartz that goes into your Zyphid units that determines what magic you can use. During battle, some turns you'll get a Sepith bonus on a character, and that Sepith bonus will cause the enemy to drop Sepith every time you strike them. And that means that skills that have multiple hits and hit multiple units can get you a whole pile of Sepith. So that's why sometimes I use some big skills in battle.
気をつけろ。容赦はしない。
Because I'll see one of those bonuses and I'll be like, oh, I should take advantage. Even though I probably don't need anything more to finish this. I am on nightmare difficulty, so it doesn't hurt to
このくらいは当然かしら。連戦
have a few extra resources in case I run into any issues. Heh
どうやら元執行者殲滅天使の脅威度は健在のようだ。
あら、今の私はどこにでもいるようなただの美少女生徒会長よ。大陸中を探してもいないと思いますけど。
容赦はしない。遅い。捕らえた。悪くない手応えだ。
スーちゃんやったね。
悪くない宝箱だな。
Oh, more of you. Those are fights I should probably do.
まあ、このくらいは当然かしら。
相変わらずすごいな。
お宝お宝。
俺の番だ。
追撃チャンスです。続くよ。ナディアちゃん、今です。これがナーちゃんの実力なのだ。助かったわ、ナーディア。面白そうなアイデア。さあ、始めるわよ。
出番だレン。
まあこのくらいは当然かしら。レン先輩助かりました。ダラダラポイント発見元気が
Alright. So this will be the climax of this chapter.
ふむね。
行き止まりだがこの先は。
ええ、いるわね。かなり厄介そうなのが。待って、この気配は。これってまさかお二人が遭遇したっていう。
デミグレンデル。
ほう、例の連続猟奇殺人事件に噛んでいると思われる謎のシャード隊か。なぜこんなところで現れるのか実に興味深いな。
こいつらが出てきたってことは、まさかこんなところまでやってくるなんて。
ようやく見つけたぞ、赤い妖精。
まさかこんな場所に潜んでいたなんて。
Red Fairy?
あのまま死んでいれば幸せだったのに。いいわ、余計な連中もろともここで始末してあげる。待ってください。
This is like the counterpart to Van's intelligent hollow core.
学校を襲った2つの事件、それにナーディアちゃんが狙われた事件もあなたが引き起こしていたんですか。
つまりお前は庭園と関係があるということになる。これが意味するところは。
ええ、間違いなく今までの事件を紐解く鍵でしょうね。何をごちゃごちゃと。私は仕事をしているだけ。グレンデルゾルガの専用フォローとして当然のことをしているまでよ。ここであなたたちを始末するのもね。分かったよ、そういうことなら。この場で拘束する。いろいろと確かめないといけないから。
だな、今度こそ逃がさない。
はい、全てを明らかにするためにも。
ここで洗いざらい吐いてもらおうか。
シャード隊のようだし、うまく逃げられないようにしないとね。何よあんたたち。いいわ、潰れちゃいなさい。新しい量産システムも構築済みなんだから。
新しい量産システム、核を必要としないってことか。
この数は厄介ね。
報告にないタイプもいるようだが、ひるむな。カッコ撃破で突破するぞ。
さあ、やっちゃいなさい。
Game has some great music.
この調子でいきましょう。
そこだ、行くぞ。
強気に行きなさい。
るしかない。せいはっザン。
お返しするね。この調子でバリアそれワンダフルステッチ行くよレンちゃん。サポートするわ。裏まで行ってちょうだい。私が相手です。行きます。ジブリールガードスインク。
続けナディア。
もらったわ。お願いスーちゃん。これが私の力よ。
任せたアニエス。
特定の圧が有効です。みんなファイト。や
Ow.
後期よ。続くよ。
I do believe there's another fight after this, so I want to conserve my CP.
遅い。捉えた。
どうしよう。ブーストのチャンスだよ。特定の圧じゃあね。負けません。
Again?
こっちの番よ。はっ、そこです。決めなさいスイング。もらったわ。
続けナディア。
今です。よろしくあーちゃん。続くよ。手強かったですけど、これでこの数でも足りないなんて。こうなったらまたどこかの端末をハッキングして。あら残念、それは無理ね。この地下遺跡に引き込まれたネット回線は封じさせてもらったわ。演算力を追加されるのも厄介だし。言ったでしょ、逃がさないって。まさか今の戦闘中に。
そう、ただの時間稼ぎというわけだ。
人間ごときがこの私を追い詰めるですって。ありえないありえない。この華麗で気高い専用フォローの私が。
状況判断が甘すぎだな。ではそろそろ拘束して。
待ってナーディアちゃん、スウィン君も。
悪い割り込んで。だがどうしても引っかかってな。この場で一つ確認させてくれ。
今までも戦っている間もあなたには確かに意志を感じる。あなたは何者なの？一体どこから来たの？何の話よ。言ったでしょ、私は赤のアルテラ。
そうじゃない。俺たちは大きな思い違いをしていたのかもしれない。お前が俺たちの妹分から力を奪った、そう考えていたが。 違うんだな。
あなたからはどこかあの子の気配がする。ちょっとした仕草とか言い回し、性能だけじゃなく思考の癖なんかも。最初はエリュシオンコードを取り込んだ影響かと思ってたけど、やっぱり違うんだ。誰が何と言おうと、この力は私のオリジナルなんだから。そう、あなたはラーちゃんの力を奪ったんじゃない。あなた自身がラーちゃんなんだ。本来の意志を書き換えられた自我を持つ AI。
だからなんだろう、赤のアルテラ。
そういうことね。人格が宿るほど高性能な AI、 そんなものはまだ開発されていない。たとえエリュシオンコードを奪ったところで誰かがそんな AI を作れるとは思えないわ。誰かが作った AI じゃない。かといってメアちゃんみたいに不思議な存在というわけでもない。私は由緒正しきなのよ。気安く頼っていい存在じゃないんだから。
Oh, see, there's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, she'll just be saying something and it's completely censored. Can't hear it, and it's blanked out.
確かにあり得るとすれば、別の AI を改ざんしたとしか。
That also happened in Trails of Cold Steel, and once we got to the end of the game, if you had done some optional content, if you answered certain questions correctly during this one conversation, all of a sudden you were able to suddenly understand these words that were blanked out because you had learned enough about the world in order to comprehend the subjects that they were talking about.
私はクレンデルゾルガの支援 AI として作られた。私は最初から。そう、きっかけは多分あいつのグレンデルか。あの現象はおそらくゲネシスの力とは別に高度な処理能力がないと実現できない。あれだけの膨大なシャードの制御演算なら、とてつもないレベルの強い AI が必要なはず。
だが自我を持つほど高性能な AI なんて言いやしない。たった一人を除いて。だから奪ったんだな、
Lapis.
あの子。エリュシオンコードだけじゃなく、ラピスの人格と記憶も含めた AI の全てを。
ありえないありえない、そんなことこの私が。ありえないはずなのに、どうして私は触覚も味覚もただのパラメータ以上に理解しているの。私は実体の体を使用していたことがある。
He had a doll body.
待ってろ、今助け出せ。
困るな、こういうことをしてくれては。アルテラ再起動だ。加えて直前15分間の記憶データを消去。その後休眠状態に移行するがいい。
了解したわ、マスター。あなたは一体いつからそこに。
今まで潜んでいた。いや、そんなはずは。
それにラーちゃんをどこにやったの？ラーちゃんを出してよ。
落ち着け。ただものではない。我々の注意がそれている一瞬のうちに現れた。だがそれだけではなさそうだ。
ええ、腕も立ちそうだけど、それ以上に何か異質な。それに彼女を操っているということは、まさか一連の事件の。
ここまで侵入しアルテラをしのいだ。想定外も含めて悪くない仕上がりだ。嬉しいぞ3と9。それに侵入者たちも歓迎しよう。ここは褒美も含めて名乗っておくべきかな。
Garden Master。
私はガーデンマスター。今回の思考は楽しんでくれたか諸君。
ガーデンマスターだと。
庭園の主ということは、もしかして。
庭園関係者が糸を引いているとは分析していたが、4人の管理人の上にもう1人統括者が存在したということか。
嘘だ、そんな奴がいるなんて聞いたこともない。構成員にすら存在が秘匿されていた。だとしてもどこか妙だけど。いずれにしてもあなたなんですね。あれだけの事件を裏で操っていたのは。スウィン君とナーディアちゃんにあの人形を差し向けたのも、お二人の大切な妹を盗み出してヒーローの妖精に作り変えたのも。
先ほどの様子からして連続猟奇殺人の主犯格でもあるようだ。ガーデンマスター、思わぬ大物が釣れたが好都合だ。このまま逮捕させてもらうぞ。
あんたが本当にガーデンマスターだと言うなら。
そうだな、今度こそ俺たちの手で倒す。そしてラピスを返してもらうぞ。
いいだろう。3と9の仕上がり、その他も含めて見分させてもらうぞ。来るなら来い。手ずから見分してやろう。
はい。
遅い。捉えた。行くぞ。いつでも行ける。
来るがいい。
やるしかない。任せたアニース。
He is pretty tanky. No wonder this fight was so hard the first time around.
強気に行きなさい。
いいじゃないか。
行くよレンちゃん。準備はできたわ。今宵はようこそ私のお食事へ。そのまま眠りなさい。グランレッラバンダス。
そこだ。ジェネレートタイム。そこだ。俺の番だ。もっと実力を見せてみろ。任せたアニース。
よ。我らに祝福を。ナディアちゃん。
このまま押すぞ。
ドライブ開始。
遅い。捉えた。
Just to finish him.
やあ、出番よ、ナディ
なかなかの仕上がりだ。
ア。これで終わ
これは想像以上か。
り。しぶとい。なんて強さ。
大したやつだ。この人数でも押し切れないとはな。
ええ、あれだけの権威、執行者以上かもしれないわね。
Note how Ren is like the only one who's not breathing hard.
お前その剣一体どこで学んだ？
ああ、なるほど。お前は気づくか、スーウィン。
なんだ？
ガーデンマスターというのはいくつかある名前の一つに過ぎない。他には、そうだな、かつてはエース・オブ・ソーズとも呼ばれていたか。
いい加減なことを言わないで。そんなことありえるわけがない。
Ace of Swords was what her brother was known as.
そんな名を語って何が目的なの？
どういうことなんだ？
スーちゃん。お二人のこの反応はわからないけど、あの男にまだ裏があるのは確かなようね。
そのあたりの事情はゆっくり聞かせてもらおう。
ほら、他は全部抑えたみたいね。
ああ、君とハーシェル女子の洗い出しなら抜け道などの可能性もないだろう。お前はここで拘束する。洗いざれ吐いてもらうぞ。
すまない。お盛ん殿には内輪話は退屈だったかな。もう少し付き合ってあげたいところだが、こちらもまだまだ仕込み中でね。アルテラ、ブートだ。
了解したわ、マスター。ラーちゃん。
ここで来るか。
悪い方の予想が当たったようね。まさか。
察しがいいな。そう、こういうことさ。
来なさい、クレンデルツォル
赤黒い獣。
さようなら、諸君。スウィン、ナーディアも次に会う時を楽しみにしているぞ。
それじゃあまた次の悪夢で。待って、ラーちゃん、ラーちゃん。結局逃げられてしまいましたね。そうね、この場は仕方ないでしょうけど。
ああ、可能性は考慮していたが、奴も取り押さえるとなると少々手が足りん。プラン B に行こう。周辺の捜索に当たれ。 指示があるまで手を出すなよ。はっ。
スーちゃん大丈夫？ガーデンマスターってやつのこと？
ああ、かつてのエース・オブ・ソーズの先代って可能性もありそうだが、いや、やっぱりそもそもが俺たちを混乱させるためのフェイクかもな。
そうだよ。そんなこと絶対にあるわけないし。エース・オブ・ソーズ、お二人の知り合いみたいですけど。ええ、二人にとってかなり近しい存在だったようね。6年ほど前に亡くなったと聞いているけれど。そうだったんですね。
何にせよ、あの男の言動に惑わされていても始まらん。ここは敵の陣容がはっきりしただけ収穫があったと考えるべきだろう。
黒幕はあの男、ガーデンマスター。それは間違いない。何よりラーちゃん、絶対にあいつの手から取り戻さないと。
そうだな、俺たちはそのために共和国に来たんだ。
それにラピスさんを解放すれば赤黒い魔装機も止められるかもしれません。ガーデンマスターという人以上に危険な相手なのは間違いありませんから。そうね、簡単にはいかないでしょうけれど、そのあたりが見えてきたのは前進でしょう。そういえばメッセルダムやラングポートでも敵らしき存在が確認されているらしいわ。一度そちらと連携するべきかもしれないわね。そうですね、バンさんたちと情報を共有したいところです。連絡を取ってみようか。
Afterwards, Kincaid and the other CID members quickly set about handling the aftermath. However, the Garden Master, the Red Fairy, and the Crimson Grendel were gone without a trace. Even the dolls that the CID confiscated quickly weathered and disintegrated into dust. With every lead scattered to the wind, Agnes's group turned to Van and exchanged what little information they had. Then, 3 days later, a mysterious invitation arrived at Arkwright Solutions' doorstep, drawing the group into an entirely new ordeal. Act 2B, Academy Days End.
まあ、こんなものだろう。
はあ、完璧じゃねえか。
当然の結果かしら。
Story of a Little Doll has been added to the archive.
とある人形の物語。あなたたち誰？
This is about that
箱
fairy.
から出てきたのは人形の女の子でした。名前はラピス、誇り高きローゼンベルク人形。ラピスはちゃんとした自我を持った感情豊かなお人形です。けれど記憶が欠けていて、自分の生い立ちや使命も覚えていません。
失ったのなら取り返せばいい。さあ、一緒に来る気はないか。我々の利害は一致するはずだ。
仮面の人に誘われ、ラピスは一緒に旅に出ることにしました。元殺し屋の少年と少女も一緒に、とても楽しい旅でした。その旅の果てにラピスはなくしていた記憶を取り戻しました。エルシオンシステム、神様のような力を持った機械知性が人間を模して形作った疑似管理人格。それが私。けれど
エリュシオンは悪いやつに乗っ取られて大陸中が大変なことになりました。ラピスは仲間たちと一生懸命戦ってついにそいつをやっつけました。
エリュシオンは削除する。いつか人類が再びエリュシオンを誕生させる時が来る。その時こそ正しい形で使われることを私は祈ってる。
こうして使命を果たした人形の少女はまた仲間たちと一緒に楽しい旅に出ました。新しく訪れた国でラピスたちはいっぱい遊んでいっぱい食べて夢のような時間を過ごしました。そしてある日の朝、
ラーちゃん、そろそろ起きてね。ラーちゃん、
人形のお姫様は長い眠りにつきました。
And now, you know why Swin and Nadia are here. They're looking for Lapis. They don't reveal that until this chapter. Alright. So, that was the end of Act 2B. We will continue from Act 2A tomorrow. I left 2A until after 2B because 2A has a more exciting climax. Actually, probably one of the best stories in the series. There's two chapters in this game that are just like absolute peak Legend of Heroes. Anyway, I have to work tomorrow, so it's good night for now. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.